So I would like just to start my welcome and introduction today by giving a brief introduction about what is the Architecture and Urbanism Group and who we are and what we do. As I mentioned, the group was founded in 2018 and has over 23 members, comprising of PhD students and early career researchers and members of staff across the University of Leeds and beyond the University of Leeds as well. We are a multidisciplinary group. We are all interested in conducting research and practice in architecture, particularly in relation to the built environment. So we do understand architecture as a human and societal construct that covers a broad spectrum of social and culture and technical outcomes around buildings and objects, and our key interest is about the creative exploration and the relationships between processes and products. The research that we conduct across the group as well ranges from urban design interpretations, policies and guidelines to interventions and engagement with grassroots levels, and we also share commitment to sustainable development. We also lead a number of pioneering research projects spanning across multiple cities in the Global South, with a wider umbrella to respond to the United Nations Sustainable Goals, which represents actually the aspiration for a more sustainable future. So this is who we are. But what about today and the seminar? This is our third seminar in the series of seminars that we conduct across the group, which is hosted by the group members. Every time it will be hosted and led and coordinated by one of the group members. And today it's coordinated by Erna, who you will find a lot of emails coming from her to coordination, making arrangements, managing the logistics, and actually the one who is proposing the entire seminar today. So thanks a lot, Erna. We had two previous seminars, one related to heritage and memory in 2020, and we had another seminar that happened recently on smart heritage and sustainable cities that was held in 2022. So the seminar today is designed with an emphasis on the idea of home. And actually what we want to explore is the notion of home as it's defined and interpreted, and how it's used in everyday life for numerous perspectives, including the social understanding, the social understanding of it, the economic, the political dimensions, and in addition to its physical construct as well. So in architecture and urbanism, the work of architecture is actually perceived as a symbol of identity and cultural expression, but the formation of architecture is gradually inclined to be portrayed as a manifestation of political power and social power ruling as well. But we also, through the social interactions of people and the everyday facial practices that define its characteristics and approaches, are very key to the discussion today in the seminar. And hopefully that a lot of the talks today that we are really looking forward to hear will be covering a lot of aspects of that. So the interpretation of home actually could also be found in a wide range of multidisciplinary areas. And in this seminar, we proposed 4 themes towards the conceptualization of home, which are the psychology and the phenomenology and the development. So the first track is that home is territorial, and that home is associated with territorial interpretation, where it is described as an individual space, a family zone, marking house boundary, neighborhoods, or even at the city level. The second is the socio-psychological dimension, where the home acts as a symbol that represents an individual's social identity, and the material character of home, which is mostly its exterior more than its interior as well, and how it communicates information about the home occupants regarding their visibility, their style, the landscape, and the maintenance and material structure for that. The third track is on the psychological dimension, where the mind and the behavioral actions manifest the needs for the psychological comfort and the social interactions that happen, the spatial attachment and the recognition. And it's also about how people describe the home as a place where they seek refuge and comfort. And finally, the last one is the phenomenology and development, that suggests that the home is a process and it can only be experienced through time, and that people, in particular, their life events influences their experience at home. Those are mainly the 4 tracks that we are proposing, and hopefully that all the talks will be feeding into those ideas and looking for a really rich and valuable discussion today. So we are so excited to see the topic of the seminar has received a wide interest from scholars and early career researchers across the world, not only from the UK, and we're so interested and excited about that. And I think me and Erna were in a very difficult position, and Queenie as well, in a difficult position to select reading the abstracts and selecting the talks that will go forward today. But here we are ending up with an extremely packed program today, but I think every idea and every talk will have its own key inspiration that we are really interested to hear about. Many thanks for your contributions, everybody, and for sharing your work with us from many cultural perspectives. The discourses on reinterpreting the notion of home range from traditional to historic to modern. So we appreciate the opportunity that you are all here virtually, and we're able to connect with you to hear more about your work. As you can see from the program today, I can't see how many participants joined us, but we had a high registration level, I think 70 plus participants, which is, taking us really to full house, and we had to remove the cap of registration to allow more people to come and join. But we have a long lineup of speakers today, so I will not go any further and take much of your time, but I wish to welcome as well our 2 distinguished keynote speakers, Professor Gamal Abdelmonem from Nottingham Trent University and Dr. Sabrina, the University of Technology of Malaysia. So thanks a lot for both of you for accepting the invitation and being here among us today. Thanks a lot. So as you can see from the program, we have 2 main sessions. The first, we have our first keynote speaker, Professor Mohamed Gamal Abdelmonem from NTU. Gamal will be followed by 6 speakers who will present their discourse about the meaning of home from physical, social, and personal aspects. We will have a break about 15 minutes, so we hope if we keep our time with the talks, that will help us to have a good break in the middle, before moving to the second session with our second keynote speaker, Dr. Sabrina, and that will be followed by another 5 speakers who will discuss the discourses on the home concerning policy, lifestyle, community, cultural needs, and sustainability. So to save time, at the end of each panel, we will provide a Q&A session. So please feel free to prepare your questions. We're going to have them all in the Q&A session at the end. Also, please feel free to type your questions in the chat box, and we will be looking at those and harvesting them and bringing them to the Q&A session to have a really good and rich discussion at the end. But without further ado, I would hand over to Erna to introduce our first keynote speaker, and we'll be back to chair the first session lately. Once again, thank you very much, everyone, and welcome to the seminar. Erna, off to you.
Thank you, Prof. Gehan. I will introduce our first keynote speaker, Mohamed Gamal Abdelmonem. Is Professor and Chair of Architecture and Director of the Center for Architecture, Urbanism and Global Heritage at Nottingham Trent University. Fellow of the Royal Society Arts, Gamal is a multiple award winner and the recipient of the Queen's Anniversary Prize in 2022, runner-up for Newton Prize in 2020, and NTU's Research Excellence in 2020, and Geoffrey Cook Award in 2014. Professor Abdelmonem research interests focus on architectural history, architectural and urban heritage, architecture of home, socio-spatial practices of urban communities, museum of the future, virtual heritage technologies, and post-conflict cities. His recent books include Peripheries Edge Conditions in Architecture in 2012, Portrait Towards an Architecture for the North Irish Coast in 2013, The Architecture of Home in Cairo in 2016, and Architecture, Space and Memory of Resurrection in Northern Ireland in 2019. And then the last one is People, Care and Work in the Home in 2020. Gamal's talk today is titled The Fluid Fields of Socio-Spatial Practices of Everyday Life, Understanding the Multi-Layered Nature of Home Architecture and Urban Culture. Thank you so much, Prof. Jamal, for joining us today, and the floor is yours.
Thanks a lot, Erna, for inviting me. Thanks, Gehan, for inviting me to be with you today. And thanks, above all, for organizing a seminar, international seminar on the home. As you perhaps, as you have invited me, you know that I'm passionate about this topic and how it's just my research career is very much aligned with my perception and interest in researching and investigating the home. Thanks for your kind introduction. I'm very excited. You have a fantastic program, and I'm really looking forward to really listen to all the papers today and engage with new topics and learn a lot about other research in the area. So I would like to reflect and to declare at the start that this research has been done for a period of 7 years, and a large part of it has been published in my book that you have mentioned, Erna, about the architecture home in Cairo, which was published in 2016 by Routledge. So if you have read this book, that you might be familiar with some of these things, but I'm trying to reflect and develop a little bit of some of the conceptual ideas that have been mentioned there. So my interest is just looking at the fluid fields of socio-spatial practice in everyday life, looking at the home itself as a kind of an construct and social organizations that really define our perception of architecture. I'm an architect by background, so as you will start by trying to be a little bit looking inside and be critical of architects, if you allow me. In 2009, there was a proposal for by two architects, Reese Campbell and Dimitris Komodouros, which is actually looked at old Cairo as a construct, which was then made like a neighborhood that has really certain social and cultural organization. But their proposals, they want to introduce some kind of novel architecture ideas to verticalize the complex interrelationship of those social networks and trying to give it a shape. And as you can see from the proposal that mentioned here, it's so organic in a way that is looking like a kind of a organically developed shape. But in fact, if you look into the urban landscape through which this form has been developed, you will find that they have been literally trying to copy and paste what could be seen on the ground in the urban fabric. Their idea, as you will see on the right-hand side here, just having perhaps reflecting what was really laid on a urban layout or site plan in how the cul-de-sac and alleyways have been organized in terms of shape, voids, nodes, and lines, but also trying to really reflect this in the hierarchy from having the mosque at the top of this towers, madrasa afterwards about educational and knowledge and intellectual things, but then going down to services at the bottom, and then having mausoleum like cemetery at the bottom of this organization. It was a literally reflection of what people can experience on the ground. But what they have missed, as most architects, is just take the image and forget about how the dynamics actually work, how those kind of layers or forms came together. And as you will see here, that while they have reflected the urban fabric, they forgot how people operate and occupy those spaces. And this is actually what triggered me in the way that architects normally misunderstand how architecture of the home develops and what is a key difference between what a home is and what a house is. So I will try to run quickly through a kind of a more of an understanding of what a home have developed over time. And if we look at the very basic forms of homes, that as you will see, it's a human practice. It's part of our everyday life across since human species occupied this planet. From the philosophical point of view, that as according to Norberg Schultz, architecture space might be understood as a concentration of environmental schemata or images. But actually, it's about really reflection about our position, our part of occupying that space, our position and orientation in the world. So from the Aboriginal Australians, for example, or Aboriginal tribes in Australia, as you can see on the left-hand side here, there are small simple tents, but actually most of the activities that is happening that makes it home is actually the combination of those kind of huts, on the landscape, and the way that the most of activities actually take place outside, in the outside of the state, but there are some territorial arrangements to maintain the social organization. So while as an architects, we are very much obsessed with the shape and the form and structure. As you look at the right-hand side, this is how architects normally document those spaces, but there are much deeper understanding of how those organizations operate, what makes them a home, where it's protecting and territorial. This is what actually defines how the home is for certain people. As we progress through civilization, that we started to, the idea of home started to take shape and then become more complex. So on the left-hand side, that you will find that the ancient Egyptian homes have been found in some of the ancient Egyptians and pharaonic tombs. Those are the models of people that have been found in the tombs in Egypt, 4,000 and 3,000 years old. Those are models have been photographed from the Louvre and the British Museum, but actually they reflect the way that the home have been shaped. We don't really trace it as much, but you can see how the space, the private space, has been really locked within boundaries, and then they have multiplied in stores. Similarly, you look at the Greco-Roman domus and how there are always the centrality of the courtyard, the shape, the decoration for the open public space, open space for the guests that's well decorated, but you don't see much of the decoration of the mosaic of the private spaces. So there is always a kind of a hierarchy of the spaces within the idea of house. But this concept of space keeps changing and keep developing. So because of just the short duration of the talk, so I will run it a little bit quickly. So as we develop as humans, we start to really to change that concept of space to reflect our idea of home. So from being in the isolated, a group of sets of homes in the huts in Aboriginal Australias and start to recreate the domus, but moving into medieval villages and towns in Europe, that you start to really see the multiplication of homes attached to each other, but the spaces and alleyways between them start to take more importance. But while the city is organized about major spaces, as you can see on the left-hand side, but actually the houses was always at the backdrop of this. So the cities are being made always from a congested, packed areas of homes that attach to each other, leaving a bigger spaces for the public to really congregate in. But this kind of changing concept of space can reflect and means different things in different places. So when we have a kind of very highly extreme weather condition, like in Garamis in Libya, that you will have that the medieval towns and villages have developed actually in a so much organic shape that have been designed whereby houses, they don't have spaces between them, but the home is a continuation of living environment where everyday life is split between what is behind closed doors, as you look at the bottom left picture, which is well decorated for people to really enhance this kind of living environment and the aesthetics of it, to the as you will see on the top, at the top space here, where this gentleman is standing, and the kind of, this should be the streets between the houses, but as you see, they are lined up with the stone seats where actually men can congregate and sit around the social spaces. So here you can find that there is effectively no open wide streets as our perception and the kind of connection between houses, but actually it's one organic form that is as an organism. And in that case, that is actually, the homes, that becomes a little bit different. Taking this to a different extreme in Sana'a in Yemen, that you'll find that homes actually have been built around towers. So this organic organization, instead of being horizontal, then becomes vertical. And again, with the decoration, start to reflect on these facades. Here, the elements about aesthetics, decorations, and interest about having a combined living environment is always part of what the meaning of home. So home is not about the physical space that we live in isolation, but actually how we live with the groups within our community and how we live together. One of the major and dramatic changes that happened during the 18th century, 19th century, early 19th century, which was late 18th century in Paris, which is actually developing the concept of downtown, where instead of homes being isolated at the backdrop of public spaces, they have become really part of that public spaces, which is an array of living apartments on top of shops and luxury trade spaces. In that case, that homes have become much more integrated in the public space, which is actually try to define what is that changing concept of space. So you can live in an apartment, but actually you can drop down on the floor, on the ground floor, and then become part of the social activities and the public trade. But this becomes a model across the world during the 19th century, as you can see on the top side here. This is the picture from New York, and this is the house in the middle here, which was one of the late 19th century built up of downtown homes in New York that was copied from Paris. Paris at the time was the model that everybody looked after. But then, just if you look at some of those historic cities that have seen layers and layers of evolution during that particular time in Cairo, that you will see that the social practice has been developing in a multi-layers of spaces. So while Cairo, as we have seen in the earlier pictures, has this congested alleyways that are very organic and very interlocked together, then you will have, similarly to the downtown in Europe and in New York, we have also downtown in Cairo, which has developed according to similar models. So more classical buildings have developed with ground floor coffee shops and bakeries and lots of luxurious spaces that really associate Cairo at the time with Europe or Paris over the Nile that has been named. But as we all know that the home forms evolve, and then you can see here, this is two sides of Cairo, as you can see, that is on the left-hand side, this is a kind of a large picture of about how the home have become congested, becomes a multi-layered apartment. So as you can see from organic horizontally laid out, just become classical and then living downtown, but then becomes multi-layered towers, which actually occupy most of our cities today. But does this mean that we have left behind all the forms of home? Actually, no. Actually, this is a process of evolution in which the congested living environment with layered houses and huge number of population force new forms of living. But actually, all of this kind of forms and living have certain social and cultural traditions and practices that really make its way. So while the shape of the forms of homes change over time, but actually there's much of learning that really continue to exist. And this is what actually drove my research on the architecture of home. What traces, what actually makes along the way in our knowledge, while the shape and forms and organization of home changes, but we still, as humans, we keep learning and developing, and we are attached to much of that culture. And this, I start really ask myself this question that has been asked by Aristotle long ago: is memory related to the past, or it's about the nature of human experience? So I start really to develop this kind of idea that about, if to study home, you need to really not to study the shape and the organic organization of physical structure that you see today, but you need to understand the cognition of how the memory of everyday life and rituals have come across different periods of time. So effectively, we are all human beings are made of our memories and our learnings, habits, and institutions of way of life that really came across different forms before us. So memory, in a way, that shapes our perception or understanding of the home and its community, is the fabric of the community way of life. And as such, urban memory shape our perception of home. So actually, while if we need to understand the home, we need to really take it back into history. We need to understand what a home means to Egyptians or Chinese or Malaysians or British, because effectively it's a reflection of the human affairs. So while the shape and the forms actually we can learn about how did they exist in the past, but the way that we occupy them, we use them, we live around them, just changed over time. So sometimes you look at a house in England, which we have very familiar here to have 300-400 years old house that we occupy, but actually the way that it has been used 300 years ago is entirely different to what we use it today. So it's important to really consider that historic buildings that help us to really continue to learn and understand from our urban memory, but at the same time help us to learn more about what home means to us. And in order to do that, that's actually, you cannot really make it in an unstructured way. You need really to understand how to study a home, because house, you can measure it in a specific structural physical manner, but home is not. Home just need to be studied through according to the organization of people, time, events. Home, to my perception, is actually reflect the memory and remembrance of people about what happened before. So while in order to trace a meaning of home within a certain group or certain community, you need to understand the urban memory behind it, what came before it, what kind of traditions and rituals and social events that take place in that area. And you cannot really limit yourself by the physical layout of spaces or accessibility. You need to really look at the whole organization. And this made this idea of space even very limited. And in that sense, I followed Michel Desserteau, that when you just try to look on the practice of everyday life, as you write on the right-hand side, that we are easily dragged into the ordered space, the space that 2 or 3 rooms beside each other, and how to trace them and how to map and draw them, as most architects do. But in fact, the only way that you see the practice as through the feet, as you can see in the feet in the snow on the top right-hand side, how people occupy it. Sometimes if you feel them going out of order, maybe concentration certain spot. There are certain areas that have no traces of movement at all. So this is where you understand what was relevant, what was not relevant, how our idea of home has been shaped and occupied. And this, in my theory here, that I have developed, that's what I call the social sphere, which is trying to really make a reorganization and perception that really associates social interaction, who are the people, what they can interact with within a certain space. And here the space is not only physical, the spatial, the characteristics, the interrelationship, and according to specific or during a specific period of time. So here it's a combination that is very hard to trace, but it's very fluid at the same time. So here to look at this group of people within a space, within a period of time, but trace it over a longer period of time. And when I did this across different periods of time, different homes, as perhaps we have seen it before, then you start to really understand there is 2 different forces are always in interaction. The social protocols, which are not really spatial, about who meets with whom, who could be protected from whom, who are allowed to certain spaces, who are the strangers, where are the safe places within the home, but also there are territorial behavior, but spatial actions. So how those protocols govern certain spatial and territorial actions. For example, if for certain cultures, boys need to be living in a separate place in the home from the girls, and others, no, it's all conjoined. Here in the UK, you will have some mixed gender houses or households and partial housing, but in other cultures it doesn't work. So the social protocols and perception acceptance really create that kind of territorial control that changes based on time, based on culture. And if this is maybe different between the UK and places like Malaysia or Egypt, actually even in the UK 50 years ago or 100 years ago, there were not that mixed gender accommodation. So also protocol change with time. And in such, if you apply this model onto a kind of a different houses, you will see that there is a kind of a more of a general casual organization about what seems to be really open to the public and what is seemed to be very as closest to the most private places. And this is a kind of a diagram on the right-hand side, which is we define in normal perception about what is the closer to the public, open, accessible, it's allowed people in, but other parts that's not really overly private. But then trying to trace that and looking at how our perception of that space, what's private and what's public, is actually problematic in itself. So because there are private spaces and public spaces, and in between them element zones. But taking on the social sphere kind of perception changes this kind of mapping. So we try to find that there's a lot of overlaying major tectonic plates that really keep moving across space. And hence, architects try to reinforce those boundaries. So I'm not really a critical architect, but here I'm going back to brace them. How they break that mold that is about really reshaping the way that we live in. The best example that you can see on Philip Johnson glass house, which is actually break all the physical barriers and makes it blur the territories between private and public, and then created glass walls that actually everybody can see anyone. But in fact, if you look in details, you'll find that he has done this house in a very closed and very isolated urban landscape, which is actually the territorial here are defined by the trees. So this is not in the middle of the city center square, but actually in the further area in the countryside. So actually here he shifted the boundaries and what could be private or public to include the landscape and the garden outside it. Here he just played with that game. And so looking at the social sphere here, it's actually you are liberated from this kind of limitation of the physical structure. But he was not the only one. That we have Christopher Alexander, who developed his pattern language, in which said that is actually everybody should define what a home means to them. Maybe some families that really can have a series of spaces that's more important to them, like social spaces for people if they don't have children, but others might really be interested in more of private rooms. So he just developed this kind of a systematic process in which every element could be detected or reduced to a very preliminary language or elements that you really can put it together in different ways and let everyone shape their own home their own way. So according to Alexander, the real meaning of beauty here is the idea of how a place express one's life. And then he let everyone develop. So in that case, that is while this was a kind of a nice experimental way, which influenced very much the computers, as we know today, it's a major reference for computer scientists. But in fact, it did not really work out because it was experimented in the middle of the desert, in the middle of nowhere, and considered as social engineering that has been soon abandoned. Another example or a couple of examples about Peter Hopner, when he asked the students in the University of Stuttgart to really shape their own homes, how the students like yourselves here really can build their own houses during their period of studies. So actually, again, liberating this architecture from the spatial organization, each one can shape it the way that they look at it. And according to Peter Hopner, you can really, we are the show makers. We can shape the show that's the show that's actually in a way that suits us. But you don't have really to have the standard box, so everyone can really shape it in a different way. So he just said, we do the shoes that really suit us, but not the standard box within which we live. Final one here is just about really Hassan Fathi. And Hassan Fathi has been this pioneering artist, of course, that really shaped our culture of architecture during 1940s, in which he developed his New Gorna project, which was very much pioneering at the time, when he allowed the local practitioner craftsmen to help build a very organic organization, similar perhaps to Gadamis in a sense, but is really built by the local people. However, architects, as they are trying to be inventive as much as they could, but there are always misinterpretation of what certain shapes and forms really mean to local people. So the way that is, he disassociated this kind of living environment with the economy, which is about really artifact trade at the time for New Gorna, left this kind of a problematic issue in which that people abandoned or just have left that New Gorna behind. So there was all of these were experimental, exciting, but really shaped the way that how home could be done through an architect. And here there are just a comparing between what we consider as a design process, in which we really pre-design things, try to create certain ideas of design, consumption, and look at the beautification and the aesthetics of the object itself. This is what people design, similar to design a car, an object, and so on. But to architect, you need to really look at a human factor as first. You need to learn and understand their way of life. You need to be more generative, more just evolving, and it's about the satisfaction interaction of the occupants and the way that their life become more habitable to us. And hence, socialist theory becomes a kind of more of a relevant approach in that sense. I will run quickly to the idea of architecture of home in Cairo, which is most of my field work exists. And I know that perhaps some of the talks here, Tahir will be speaking later in the program, will delve more into Naguib Mahfouz's work. And I'm familiar with what he writes, so I'm looking forward to it. But here, just Mahfouz is someone who is just looking at the homes of Cairo. He captures this kind of story about how homes develop and how it evolves according to traditions, the spaces, and reflects the culture of the time. But what I would like to really highlight here, that is actually through the stories of people living in those houses, you really develop and understand the meaning of that home, how it was occupied, and how sometimes it becomes so limiting to certain people whom they want to leave it. So there's a lot of package always comes with home that is beyond the physical characteristic of that space. So in my field work, I looked at Cairo and I looked, okay, if I'm developing the social sphere conceptual perception and how we can really trace it. So where do trace it and how we can analyze it? So I looked at the historic Cairo, which is, as you can see here, the dark gray, which is about really the all alleyways community attachment, which is different from the a little bit lighter gray, this part, the southern part, which is more European Cairo. So Cairo has been built very much between 1800 and until the latter part of the 20th century, about this kind of dichotomy between the medieval culture that is more Islamic, more associated with communities with a more European shapes. And this you can see traced in the fabric of the city. You have the liberal culture, the more European, more stylistic, against the more organic, more about the social traditions and rituals. So you can see it here, perhaps a very abstract reflection of how the top part, which is the culture of homes that is developed in the middle of the city, have taken 1,000 years to develop and evolve piece by piece beside it. But the lower part, which is Parisian Cairo, a model that has been pre-made, developed in downtown Paris, as I mentioned earlier, and then Egypt or Cairo at the time wanted to imitate it and then copied many of the radial roads, the classical style of architecture, but also the culture of people. And I have a number of papers that really looked at that style. But as I mentioned earlier, this forms continued with the Garden City in Cairo, which was formed based on the Garden City model in the UK during early 20th century, and then it was the new form.
But just to interrupt, there's just 5 minutes left. So
yes, I'm trying to run onto time. So okay, I've been through much of it. So tracing here the Hawari of Cairo, or the alleyways of Cairo, I really looked at that historic 200 years period of how each homes and houses have developed over time. You see here at Darb al-Asfar, or the alleyway al-Asfar alleyway, which was a coherent community which has rich people on the top left-hand side here, large courtyard houses by rich merchants, mostly connected to the Qasbat al-Mu'izz, which is the most major trade merchant houses, but then the rest of the houses was a little bit more lower middle class period. But these forms develop over time. So on the top left-hand side here, you will see how one house have developed through inheritance, through handing over from one family to another, and buying and so on, into a kind of multiple forms. So some of the large houses here was existed on the east side of the alleyway, but has then broken down to smaller apartments and then become more of a multi-floors apartment building rather than houses. But we end up similar to a kind of microcosm of what Cairo is, that some of the traditional historic houses that's large, we try to understand how they operated, against some of the quickly developed ones. So looking at Beit al-Sahimi here, which is spent quite a good time to understand how it is being made. And actually you trace how complex the structure of that house is. It's one of the largest medieval houses in the whole Middle East, but actually it was so complex and very intricate in organizing its spaces, not for the integral look of it or the geometrical perfection of it, but how it reflects the social status and engagement with local people. So if you look at it in detail, that you'll find the major courtyard houses with lots of windows that have different levels of privacy. As you can see here on the right-hand side, the lower one has the mashrabiyya, which is quite open and transparent. You can see going up in the living quarters, that's become more of a one direction, just the complex and tight, narrow for them to really operate. But to analyze it across time, you will see that this house took over 200 years to develop and then to take shape. But actually it's constructed around certain apartments, as you can see here. To reach the focal points of each of the private apartment house, you have to go through a hierarchy of spaces that indicated how close and precious to reach that point. So it's an exercise of managing privacy and inclusivity within the house. So the house itself cannot be taken as one organization, but a number of level organizations. But tracing that one shape of the social spaces, it has its own complexity. So from one majlis or one durka, that you will see that there's a larger triple floor height in the middle around the fountains, which is very well paved, but then you have a much lower sitting area on both sides. Each one has its own social status, and the big dome here above this one, which is normally, if you look at it in details, this is actually the lower social status because it's unrestricted. Here in the middle with the fountain in the middle and the highest, but yet you have to take your shoes off as you look at the historic images on the left-hand side. And then this is where people sit, and they normally, the master and his honor guest on one side, but actually lower rank sitting on the other. So the social meaning here of organization just tells you a lot, but you need to go in depth on understanding how it's operated. Then you start to really see it.
You only have 1 minute.
Yes.
You have
all
to
right.
wrap
All
up
right.
soon. Yeah,
All right.
thank you.
And then you start really move out. So if this is happening in the past, how about now? Now you will find that because of houses become more limited, people moved out of the public spaces and start to gather in congregate, not in the major master rooms, but actually outside. And then tracing also the economic activity, because on time that you have different group of people migrated and start to have workshops in the Hara, and it's open to the major streets. Tracing this kind of layers of social interaction start to really tell you a lot about really how people really start to do the celebration of the wedding, as you can see here in the major space. So tracing each activity with time, as I mentioned, with the space, then you come with a complex matrix of where the social, the human temporal factors taking across time and across the year diary, and then the year calendar and the daily patterns. But then I will skip this part about really how the government stepped in to really shape and to stop really the organic shapes from development. But then we reach that point where over 200 years, as you can see here, 209 years, actually you see that what was really contained within the boundaries of the house, or what was supposed to be the house with the local public spaces, start to become more fragmented from apartment buildings here, which is different apartments, then to start really become fluctuated within spaces. So from according to 200 years, the evolution and understanding of that homes and its boundaries have changed over time, and then give us a more way of really developing it. So if we are going to preserve and develop new houses, we have to look at the organizations, the social spheres, what mean to people, and then we can really produce new solutions. And I will stop here. This is global relevance when you trace similar methodologies in India in different places to trace the fabrication of products within homes, but I can skip that. And then to conclude, homes are not houses. It's just more complex and multi-layered spaces that is actually not restricted by physical spaces. And understanding homes is actually not about domestic architecture, but about the social system of spaces. And we need to focus on this as architects. And I'll stop here, and sorry for 1 minute more. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Gamal. What a great start for the seminar today of a very rich talk of, bringing that kind of conceptualization and theorization of home. And I think there would be a lot of questions. So we'll just leave this for the Q&A session and allow all the participants to digest that rich talk that you presented now, and maybe start preparing the questions. And as I mentioned, we have a Q&A session at the end, or you can use the chat box to include any questions that you would like us to take forward to the session. But thank you very much, Gamal. Once again, it's been a very fantastic talk and an excellent discussion to come forward. I hope so. So without taking any further time, I'll move quickly to our first speaker, Dwi Hatmojo Danudoro, who is Dwi a PhD student in the Architecture and Urbanism group at the University of Leeds. His research focuses on the topic of design and sustainability regarding the temporary use of abandoned buildings, adaptive reuse, and space configuration. He also collaborated with Human and Interior Space Research Group and is at the Institute of Technology Bandung in Indonesia. And he is interested in the topic of human behavior and attitude in living environment. Danu's talk today is titled Home as Shared Unshared Space, Perspective from Multi-Generational Living. Danu, the floor is yours, and please stick to the time, 15 minutes. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Gehan. I will share my screen. Okay. Good morning, everyone. Yeah, as Professor Gehan already mentioned, my name is Danu. You can just call me Danu. I'm a postgraduate research student in Architecture and Urbanism Research Group, University of Leeds. I'm coming from Indonesia. And following the general topic about the meaning of home, I will share my presentation about the title Home as Shared Unshared Space, Perspective from Multigenerational Living. And I will starting now. Okay, this is the background. So these two researchers talk about or said about, although interaction is important in domestic living environments, in sustaining family relations, but to find private space or to find their own personal space is pretty crucial aspects. This is even more critical when an elderly parent and an adult child living together to create a multi-generational family household, which is the main topic I discuss today. Okay, the definition of multi-generational living is families consisting of 3 or more generations living together. It's by Mindel, 1979, and Bengtson at 2001. Limits it to families consisting of nuclear families and grandparents who live together. But in this topic, I also included adult children family without children in this presentation. Okay, to exploring more about the phenomenon, my aim in this study is to identify the patterns of interaction between adult-child families and parents that are linked to the privacy and territorial aspects of the space within the home. And to explore this, we use respondent actually from the one is from 2 case studies of renovated multi-generational house. So it's by design proposed to accommodate, the renovation is proposed to accommodate the privacy and territorial aspects in multi-generational houses. And to add more insight, I also conduct an additional respondents survey to who live in multi-generational house. Actually, this presentation is a highlight of design project and research, so I'm not going to deep the conceptual theory. It's pretty much practical. Okay, after interviewing a talk to the respondent who live in multi-generational living environment, the drivers to co-residence living is first, maybe we know that difficult to finding a new home for younger generation, financially and location also. And in the case of Indonesia, this is pretty important. And both respondents, C and D, C is initial and D and also initial of the respondents, have actually tried to live independently after they're married. And then for some reasons, they going back to their parents' house. The reason is to accompany parents while still meet the personal space needs of his family or compromising the space. Okay, we're going to the first case study. C house in Bandung, the city of Bandung in Indonesia, Southeast Asia, in 2018. Okay, I will briefly explaining this. So actually, this layout is part of the whole big house, which built around 1970s, and which include 7 inhabitants. Okay, 7 inhabitants, parent, mother only, and family of her son with 4 members, 4 people, and family of daughter or C, my respondent here, with 2 people, her and her husband. In here, we can see this layout plans are actually part of the house, and this is the mom's parent bedroom with access to the sink and bathroom, and view to the left side. This is the front of the house. The main road is in this side, and this is the bedroom of adult children before her marriage. So and then the renovation ideas is actually to split the big bedroom into more smaller, then to add kitchen and share the bathroom, and with separate main entrance. This is the main important thing, I think, in this renovation. And this is the after renovation layout. Actually, it's not a big difference of modification, but the important thing is the main entrance. So this is the main entrance of the old house. So to access the living room, and this part is the new entrance, which can going into a new unit of living environment. And the modification is to reduce the bathroom and to adapt the bedroom into this kind of space. So when we talk about, sorry, this is the process of renovation itself. This is the main entrance is in this picture on the left side. So this is the new main entrance, and this is the pathway to the new main entrance. And this is the main the kitchen and dining area. So this is the, when we talk about territorial and privacy and interaction, so the blue shape is actually the space of adult children, and then the yellow one is the space of the parents, and the intersection between both of shape is the space for the interaction or the shared space one. When we talk about privacy or interaction and privacy, actually the adult children only have this space, this room, a bedroom, for the most private space. So she and her husband also work in this place. This is the place for interaction for meet their friends or maybe another guest. And then this is the only part which is the interaction between parent and adult children happen. Okay, following that, I also conduct to check what room that shared and unshared in this living environment. And actually the right table is the, if in the future you have opportunity to remodify space in the future, which room below do you expect? So this is the expectation in the future that they need the bathroom and the kitchen is to be unshared or more private. Okay, I going into next table. This one is about after, this is like a post-occupancy evaluation. So after she lived here about 5 years, these 2 points is the important point, that she actually, the achieved privacy in this scale is pretty in the low degree. The achieved privacy and sharing in the shared space and compromising in the shared space, but not without the circulation and how they expressing themselves in the space. Okay, we move into the second case study, actually in the same city in Bandung in Indonesia, with different case, different house. Also the renovation, this is the part of the house before the renovation, which built, the house itself built around 1990s, and with 8 inhabitants, parent only, and daughter family with 3 people, and daughter family also, the respondent one with 4 people. Okay, this is the before condition before the renovation, pretty big house. This is the main entrance. So this part is the front of the house, and they have like 3 bedroom and 3 bathroom. And the idea is to divide the house into 2 living units, and to add living room, to separate entrance, same with the previous case, and also about to accommodate privacy and interaction balance. So we can see that this part is parent space, and this part is adult children space. And this door, this wall is separate as a barriers between that 2 living units. But the difference with the earlier case, the previous case, is they have like connecting access that they can control. So between this dining area, 2 dining area, they can control their privacy and territory with this door. This is the image of the door itself, which is the one and only access between those two living units. And actually, they can control by audio and also visual by moving the curtain. There are a curtain beneath this wall. Okay, so this is the part of the territorial and privacy. The red shape is the interaction space. Okay, I will move. There are no, actually they don't have any more expectation about which room should be unshared or more private, because they already achieve all that they want. Only children room that they wish to be unshared in the future. And with this kind of renovation or modification, they rate themselves to achieve privacy and circulation access, and all of these 4 points in the high degree, I think. So pretty different with the previous case. And okay, we can talk about it later in the evaluation. Okay, this is from statement from the respondency, the first respondent, and then this is the statement from the second respondent. The point is, in the beginning, it still feels okay. The longer it takes, the thinner the compromise feels. So C feels that longer the time, she thinks that she needs more privacy after 5 years in the renovated house. But different with another respondent that tell that we feel comfortable, the frequency of meeting our family becomes more frequent, but doesn't cause conflict. And she feels okay with the condition and not more with the privacy and interaction condition. We can see from compare between those two renovation condition.
Danu,
Okay.
you have 3 minutes left.
Okay, this is more the last, almost the last. Okay, both of them have different physical characteristics of renovation of both cases. And this second evaluation is both have priority over separate entrance. This is the access is the main important, I think, from both cases. And both decided to continue to have connection between adult child and families and parents. Although they have like a different in terms of connection of control of that access. The first one doesn't have control, but the second one have control by door and by curtain. And another point, it shows that suitable area for sharing is kitchen or dining area. Shows same. And then from Altman theory, 1975 view, privacy as limited access approach, but the ability to control interactions is crucial. So we can see from, especially from the second case, that they can control the interactions, the privacy, so they achieve their desired privacy and interaction and territoriality. Okay, I will move into last findings. Okay, from an additional 10 respondent, the finding is show that the suitable area for interaction is the living area and also the dining area. The second one is the need for privacy for children-in-law is higher than the biological children, and the need for dedicated workspace, this is a new one, in multi-generational houses is crucial, especially for children-in-law. This is because pandemic situation before, so demand for work is raised.
Donna, do you have 1 minute left?
Okay, that's all from me. Thank you very much. And thank you for the organizer for this opportunity.
Thank
Thank
you.
you very much.
Thank you so much, Danu. Really exciting empirical work, and really happy to see some of this kind of field work there and case studies. So I'm sure that there would be some questions at the Q&A sessions. So for everybody, if you have any questions, please prepare them from now or put them in the chat box once again. I'll quickly move to our second speaker, Janine Barbara Sykes. Janine's interest in New Media and Creativity began with a GISC project with Wolverhampton University, and then lead researcher at Leeds Arts University for the National Mobile Learning Network project in 2008. Her curation work includes Behind the Glass Mosaic, 1913 to 2013. The Process Continues, 2015. The Outside, Collect Dickinson Pierce, 2015, which led to an essay for the V&A exhibition catalogue Mary Quant in 2019. The title of the talk today is Home Portrait. So Janine, the floor is yours, and please feel free to share your screen. Excellent. I think we can see it now. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Can you hear me okay?
We can hear you, Janine, yes. And if you can stick to the time, please, that would be appreciated.
I will. Thank you. Okay, thank you for the introduction. And I am currently a course leader at postgraduate studies at Leeds Arts University. I also teach at the University of Huddersfield, and I'm also undertaking a PhD at Sunderland University in curation. So Home Portrait then is both a publication and an art installation, and it's been co-created by over 100 globally dispersed participants exploring the meaning of home. So you can see on the left is the Home Portrait title page, and on the right is the installation. So just an overview of my presentation. I'm going to talk about the origins of the project. I'm going to talk about the venue of the arts residency of Called Home and the aim of my PhD. I'm going to talk about the creative responses of 5 Leeds-based artists. I'm going to talk about the participatory approach and how it involves rethinking curation practice, and also the findings within the Home Portrait. So Home then was an 8-week arts residency that took place in a 12-roomed art hostel in the city of Leeds in the north of the UK. The art hostel is a social enterprise created by the charitable organisation East Street Arts that helps to support artists. And the artist designed each room. It's been a commission planned on one concept. And the project Home was planned to be in a communal space, a communal project space. Unfortunately, the global pandemic put a stop to that. The art hostel, which itself was being refurbished at the time, was paused. And I had to create a virtual art hostel created in using some VR software at the time. So the works were exhibited of the artist, and there was a curated program which did continue on Zoom actually, and it was later also a pop-up exhibition within the art hostel. So the context of Home, it is actually a second project, the second of 2 projects, which is part of my PhD. So I'm actually testing out a 5-stage blended approach, which you can see is depicted in the dark green column of the table. And the new model is aiming to achieve the highest form of quality participation with publics. And I've defined this as occupation, where knowledge construction occurs. The concept Home emerged actually from a first project, which was called Seeding Art Currency. And this took place in an original art hostel in a building which was actually rented on the oldest street in Leeds called Kergate. And you can see an image of the building. And it was formerly a seed factory. So In the responses to the programmed activities to seed in art currency, there was a notable repetition of the word home. And this led to the curatorial proposition for the next project that perhaps the meaning of home has changed. And it's changed since lockdown. So home asked publics, artists, and the global art hostel network, what does home mean now? And these responses were collected in the pages of the home portrait. And you can see some anonymous responses here on one of the pages. So the home artist, Jude Woods, responded with a play bender, which they created for their grandchildren while shielding during the pandemic. Now, a bender is a shelter made with sticks, string, and fabric, an ancient building method used all over the world. And Woods acquired these bender making skills during their time on protests and peace camps in the 1980s. Sherilyn Cuff was also shielding at home and was missing a vital element of her West Indian culture, which was family gatherings. So unable to make her annual visit to her other home in St. Vincent in the Caribbean, she went through a kind of period of reflection, particularly of her childhood home. And so she began a project of embroidering her grandmother's wedding dress using gold threads to kind of decorate the parts that had deteriorated. A third artist, Bobby Ray, designed a series of blankets in response to what does home mean now? And these blanket designs were based on our monthly conversations about what home means. And the designs in this particular blanket was of a womb and based on a womb. And we kind of discussed often like home being described as a place of protection and nurture. Now, Bobby illustrated the home portrait publication and included 3 home families, which were the categories we created. These are created from our discussions. So the first is comforting and confining. So home can be lonely, but it can also be very nourishing. It can be positive or negative fundamentally, depending on your experience. The second is structures and objects. So this could be the house itself or vessels and things and objects within the house, or it could be the thirdly, actions and making. So this is kind of, where sort of actions and happenings and people make things or actually make a home together or make benders. In the early discussions with East Street Arts, I decided it was important to hear the voices from those who are experiencing imposed change to a kind of greater extent to others in the pandemic. So I reached out to Leeds Asylum Seekers Support Network, LASAN, through which I met artist Siamak Reze and his sister Roshanak. And Siamak defines home as excellence, where you can relax. And Roshanak said that home means freedom. And she actually responded with a poem, which was later published also in the A Home Portrait in English and Farsi. Siamak's work is characterized very much by sort of Persian style patterning in gold. And Siamak was particularly prolific over the pandemic and actually created the works on his sister's house, as you can see in this ceiling decoration, just one example. So using a blended curation approach then involves employing an experiential communication strategy based on one concept. In this example, of course, was home. Also, a learner-centered pedagogy where citizens co-create interpretation and also host events. A new media strategy to create a hashtag community to facilitate dialogue, and also uses methods like data into form, found in other socially engaged art practices. So the home portrait installation used the data into form method. So you can see we've got 3 labeled domestic storage jars with different levels of yellow split peas, and the peas represent the responses by participants to the provocation, what does home mean now? And as the curator, I transformed into a human algorithm. Using the discourse analysis approach, I sorted the responses. There was over 100 responses, and I sorted them using the home categories. And I think these categories map quite neatly to some of the tracks of this symposia. Comforting and confining to psychology, objects and structures to territorial, actions and making to phenomenology and development. So the home portrait evidences that collective knowledge construction occurred. The key finding was that comforting and confining, the psychological tract, was the most popular. Because of course it is a complex concept. However, the psychological tract is where home predominantly is a state of consciousness, more of a kind of feeling than a place or an action or a structure. So there's more evidence of occupation is here on page 29, showing the bookshelf, which is a list of titles shared during the live streamed events of home, which were on Zoom. And also the coffee table, which lists a selection of projects that ran alongside and connected with the project over the eight weeks in 2021, which were also exploring what home means now. And that's the end of my talk. Thank you very much.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Janine. Really interesting talk and methods that you applied as well. So I'm sure there will be a lot of questions and discussions maybe to clarify some aspects of that. But thank you very much for the interesting talk. I'll move now to our third speaker. Hasniyati Hamza is a senior lecturer at the Department of Real Estate, Faculty of Built Environment at the University of Malaya. She has published in top-tier journals, including Urban Studies, Housing Theory and Society, Journal of Housing and Built Environment, and Pacific Rim Real Estate Society. She's a member of the Royal Institute of Surveyors Malaysia and Malaysian Institute of Property and Facilities Management. Thanks a lot, Hasniyati, for joining us today. And the title of her talk is Eastern Meaning of Home Evidence for Malaysia. Hasniyati, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Prof. Gehan. Can you see my screen?
We can see ourselves. It's just a reflection of us. So would like, yeah.
Oh, there's something, okay.
Yeah, I think you selected a different window.
Okay.
Yeah.
PowerPoint, yeah. Okay, I think you.
Yes, that's it. That's the one. That's the window.
Sorry about that. Yes, I'm so sorry about that. Now I feel, to be honest, I feel a bit out of place because I'm not from design background. I'm actually with the Department of Real Estate at the Faculty of Built Environment in Malaya. And this presentation today is actually a paper that I published in 2016 in Housing Theory and Society. So that the title of my presentation is Eastern Meaning of Home, Evidence from Malaysia. This is actually my paper that I published with Housing Theory and Society in 2016. But I would say that my research before, I mean, this is just a part of my bigger research, which I was trying to introduce alternative tenures in the Malaysian housing market. Not introduce, but try to introduce the idea of having other tenures rather than just home ownership and renting So this part of the research was my way of exploring what home means to homeowners, so that it's a starting point to see that home is more than just owning the house. And I'm very glad that just now both speakers, I think Janine and also Prof. Gamal, I mentioned about home not being the house, and home is not the place. So that's actually the point of my research, because I want to present the idea that it's more than just bricks and mortars. And nobody has done, not nobody, but to my knowledge, there was a lack of research that qualitatively explore the meaning of home from the Malaysian perspective. So this is the presentation outline today, standard one. As I said before, I'm not from a design background, so it's going to be quite dry. Sorry about that. Now, so background to this research. So there were a lot of housing literature on the meaning of home from Western context, but and increasingly from non-Western context, but there's a lack of such studies from Malaysia. So and in Malaysia, the tendency is to study housing rather than home from the quantitative perspective. So you have a lot of quantitative studies that concern about the price of housing, supply of housing, yes, with little interest in exploring the lived experience of residents, which was what I was interested in. And the problem statement that I gathered from my literature review was that there was a tendency, still is, there's a tendency of the Malaysian government to support home ownership, which is based on this assumed socio-psychological benefit of owning. But it's just an assumed preference. Nobody has I think before my paper was published in 2016, I didn't come across any papers that really studied what it means to own a house, yeah, from qualitative perspective. And the Malaysian situation now is we have a very dire situation whereby housing is beyond the reach of most people, it's beyond the affordability level of the population. Now we are having a problem of purchasing a house, but I think soon we'll be having problem of renting. So I think it's high time for us to explore alternative tenures. So you have, for instance, in the UK, I think rent to own, and then you have your shared ownership, which is not available in Malaysia. So those are the tenures that I would like to introduce. And the research gap here, as I said before, there's a lack of the literature on meaning of home at the time of my study, 2016. And the aim of my presentation is to explore the meaning of home from the perspective of Malaysia, which is a multi-ethnic and developing economy. And from the Western literature, there are two main perspectives of home. The first one is spatial orientation of home, that considers the meaning of home within a bounded construct, which is I think what the previous presentations are about. I mean, that's the perspective that they, I think, assume. The second one is a sociological perspective of home that uses the concept of home as a framework to examine specific phenomena, such as Hiscock studied about ontological security, I think, of home ownership. Then I draw upon Ahmed, who described home as a place loaded with meanings, which is a lived space with a complex range of symbolic meanings, as stated by Stewart. Again, reiterate something that Ahmed used as the basis of his research. I think he did a study among the homeless. I think he did a study among young people, how they see home, what is home to them. And he used a very interesting qualitative method, which is he asked the respondents to record the experience using a voice recorder. And I draw upon Gurney, who described home as the emotional warehouse where feelings associated with the dwelling are created, deposited, and drawn by its occupants. And supported by Mallet, who describe home as a repository for complex, interrelated, and at times contradictory sociocultural ideas about people's relationship with one another, especially family, and with places, spaces, and things. Furthermore, I also use East Hope, okay, to support my study, which is she said that people have emotional connections to their dwellings, and also Dayaratne and Khaled mentioned about how objects or belongings contained in the dwellings may be used by people to connect to their place of living. And also, home also represents spaces of encounter whereby one appropriates private space by interacting, adapting, and adjusting with people and objects within the dwelling, which is, I think, the second presentation just now. So this correlates with what you presented. So this was my conceptual framework, whereby from the spatial orientation of home, the perspective of home that use spatial orientation, I further adopted Gurney's argument, or Gurney's idea of home as emotional warehouse, whereby from further literature, I grouped the what do you call it, the themes in the emotional warehouse as feelings, perception, attachment, and also relation. And all these four themes give the meaning of home to its dwellers. And I used a qualitative approach using diary keeping involving 10 participants, which was used by Ahmed. He used an electronic diary. I use a physical diary, but I also allow my diaries to use electronic diaries as well. Aim of the data collection was to make explicit the emotions embodied in both the active and passive homemaking of participants. So therefore, that's why I carefully selected my participants to constitute persons who actively contributes to homemaking. So I used manual coding, topical coding, and analytical coding to come up to produce the themes just now, to generate the themes. And these are my diaries. You can see there on the left, in this table, my 10 diaries. Most of them are females, and there's only one female, one male diaries, because there's from literature, it's suggested that females rather than male, and I think this is true in the Malaysian context, the females tend to be more introspective, tend to be more reflective, and tend to be more productive in writing, in what you call it, in recording their feelings, in exploring their feelings. True enough, my male diaries, his diary is was very short. So my diaries were given 3 months to record their thoughts, activities, and habits pertaining to their lived space. I tell them to just write down anything that you feel, okay? And the issues, their feeling, the activities. And at the end of the 3-month period, the diaries were collected, and I did my data analysis, which was guided by Mallet and Ishope. As I mentioned before, I used topical coding, which was based on 4 themes: feeling, perception, attachment, and relation. And later on, I just logged in. I just drew or extracted the data that corresponded with these 4 themes. So these are the descriptions of the themes, which is feeling, how the diaries feel about their lived space; perception, how the diaries compare their lived space with those of other people's; attachment, how the diaries relate objects to their lived space; and relations, how the diaries relate other people to their lived space. And I was careful not to ensure that the themes are not overlapping with each other. So you can see that the keywords that correspond with the descriptions. So from theme number 1, which is feeling, which is how the diaries feel about their lived space, these are some sample data that I extracted from the larger set of data. From these, okay, the keywords that support the feeling theme is comfort, shelter, safe, security, love, familiar, haven, privacy, excitement, happiness, thankfulness. So anything to do with their feeling about their live space. And what I found was the findings from feeling, the theme of feeling corresponded with home's ontological security, whereby people feel they feel safe at home. As you can see from the keywords such as shelter, safe, security. But however, the positive feelings were somewhat tempered by mortgage status, location, position of the housing ladder, and type of the house, as revealed by my diaries. So the ontological security is not total. There are some limitations, or there are some some hindrance to the total feeling of security with their live space, with their own live space. And the findings and the feeling also corresponded with the argument that feelings were associated with live space, not with owning the live space. So therefore, it supports my argument before that you can introduce actually other tenures in Malaysia, not just depend on home ownership and renting. And I think, so my paper was 2016, and since then the government has introduced another tenure. Okay, I have to declare that it's not based on my paper, but I'm very glad that now we have rent to own as one of the middle tenures that people can choose, rather than having no option other than owning and renting. And the feelings were influenced by environmental factors as well, meaning outside their home.
Asniati, you have 3 minutes left.
Oh my goodness. Okay, now never mind. So the second one is how the theme of perception. Okay, so you can see my data in the box. So these are the keywords that I showed you just now. And yeah, generally the sentiment is there that owning is better than renting. But then again, you have to look at the totality of my data, which is, there are limitations to owning the space that you live in. Okay, theme number 3. Okay, so this is quite interesting because this is how my diaries relate objects to their live space. And they mention space, things, lighting and things like that. And the diaries assign meanings to their live space through objects that may be personal, functional, or decorative. So it's not just expensive items, for instance. You see the drawing here. Drawing was inserted by one of my diaries. The drawing was produced by her autistic son, actually. And she said that she felt touched when his son drew this as a depiction of their home. You see the rainbow here? So it means that, one is the son appreciates the space, but another thing is the mother appreciates the drawing made by the autistic son. And finally, my theme 4, relation. So this has got to do with other people in their live space. And this whereby relationship dynamics with other household members will shape the meaning of home. So this is, we are talking about neighbors, family members, and also the management of the place and things like that. And most of the findings corroborated Western literature. But one thing that I noticed among my diaries was a significant influence from the extended family structure, which is typical in Malaysian context and Eastern context, in particular Malaysian context. So in the future, maybe to expand to study the impact of COVID-19 on the meaning of home. And that's all from me. So thank you very much for this opportunity, and thanks very much for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Hasniati. That's really excellent, and I think it's a excellent interdisciplinary dimension to be added to the conversation today. So, and it's very relevant, by the way. So thank you very much to the insights, and I'm sure that a lot of the members of the group as well here today are benefiting already from the literature and the scholarship that you presented. So thank you once again. I'll quickly move to our 4th speaker today, Taher Abdelghani. Taher is an architect, urban researcher, award-winning independent filmmaker. He's also an assistant lecturer at October University for Modern Sciences and Arts in Egypt, and an advisory member at the City Space Architecture platform. His work focuses on the cinematic representation of cities and its impact on other fields of studies, such as visual culture and education. Tahir has produced short films that were screened in Egypt, Europe, and the USA. His 2019 short film called Descent received the Best Short Film Award at the 5th Biennale Spazio Pubblico Festival in Rome. And the title of the talk today is Debating the Socio-Psychological Manifestation of Home During the Metaverse Era. Tahir, the floor is yours, and it's good to see you at last face to face. So there you are.
Thank you so much, Professor Gehan, for organizing this very important seminar. Can you hear me well and see the screen?
We can, yes.
We can.
Okay, I will just do this. I will just excuse you that I will turn off my camera because my internet connection isn't that great here. Hopefully it will be better. Okay, so good morning, everyone. And I would like to today introduce a debate, a theory about the changing meaning of home during this new era that we call that is called the Metaverse, and how there's a there's different social and psychological aspects to it. And it all started when there was news back in July of last year, when it was read, your next home may be in the Metaverse. And this got me thinking about how the real life will be changing from now on. And the article focuses on the story of a digital artist called Krista Kim. And during the lockdown, back in June 2020, she began designing her perfect home. It was about with glass-walled bungalows and had mountain views in the background. And then she hoped that she would find a buyer for it. And she spent a long time to find a buyer, but eventually she did. By March 2021, someone bought it for more than $500,000. And this has pushed the idea to pushed it further to include more people interested in the process. So it kind of turned it into a commodity, into sort of a real estate business. And people would come up to Krista and tell her, let's build houses together and sell them. Well, even though it was not her interest, but this created sort of a tension between high-tech creativity and emotional aspirations. And this brings me to a sort of a psychological transition from the bicameral mind. The bicameral mind is sort of the origins of our conscious, which is like how the mind occurs through two chambers. So biologically, it means that that the mind is divided into two parts. One is responsible for listening and obeying, and the other is responsible for speaking. And this has shifted to the metacameral mind, or what I call the metacameral mind, which is not only the awareness of what is around us, but there's also the overlap between awareness and illusion. And this has generated from our fascination with the virtual experience and the emotional connections that we have created with isolation. So we've got this translation from the bicameral space to the metacameral space. And this actually stemmed like beginning of the lockdown during COVID-19, because we spent months isolated at home, and we had to sort of like experience an sort of like an existential daily experience. This was a chance for us to escape reality and to escape the pressure of the normal life. And so these are some of the terms that emerged during the time. So we had to go from being from the presence to isolation, from being there to alienation. The last one is Be Here Now. Be Here Now was a book published during the early 70s, and it talks about, or it refers to the hippie era. And the author, actually, who was a bishop, he was talking to the generation who were fed up with some of the world crises that were going on, like environmental degradation and capitalism. And this generation who was checking out of the power matrix of the society at the time, and he was talking to them about retreating into something smaller. Yet it took us to an extreme level of alienation and to a sort of extent, and some extent, the socio-spatial displacement. But in a way, it had some sort of a drug satisfaction that we found ourselves being too absorbed by. And so, in my take on this metaverse effect is that we have two pillars. The first pillar is what Michel Foucault called the heterotopia or heterotopian space. And this is actually, there's a sort of a line between fiction and reality, between utopia and dystopia. And this in-between state is this confusion and uncertainty that we find ourselves within. And it was actually, he published this idea of the heterotopia in a paper called, a very famous paper of his called Of Other Spaces, Utopias and Heterotopias. And maybe it was the coincidence that it was published at the same time as a very famous science fiction novel at the time called Neuromancer. And maybe some people call it maybe a coincidence because actually Of Other Spaces might be referred to as a cyberpunk thinking. This novel was a cyberpunk genre. And it introduces artificial intelligence in more than one city, more than one, like some are fictional cities, some are real cities. And both works, the Foucault paper and the novel, they explore the third principle of heterotopia. We have 6 principles, and I will just focus on the third principle, which is actually it's containing the multiple places at the same time. You have multiple places existing at the same time, yet it lacks the unity and the harmony. There is so much contradiction in this space, and this is what home is not like. This is actually what contradicts with the traditional phase of the home, which Professor Gamal explained earlier, which is the social dynamics of the traditional home, is that the identity and the attachment have become quite eclectic. It's not it's not just a mutual bond between people and themselves. No, it has become an odd space. It's the relationship between multiple spaces at the same time and multiple objects. And so when we put the VR glasses or whatever headset that we immerse ourselves in, this creates a value within this virtual space. Anything outside this glass becomes devalued. So what exactly are we connecting with? This is the characteristic of the metacameral space, is that it has become not just a human bond, it's a reinforcement of sort of a consumption. There's a sort of exchange rate happening in a very odd space. There's a utopian sort of form of community, and this draws a line between actual realization, our own realization of the environment, and the what is called the rational manipulation of desire, our own desires of what we want from this world. What are we consuming exactly? And this takes us to the second pillar, and which is called the commodity fetishism of space, which is a Marxist theory. And it's like saying that Karl Marx now resides his theory resides in the metaverse, how the metaverse commodified relationships. And now we can see that objects and the relationship between objects and the exchange rate between ourselves and objects are now an integral part of this new symbolic order that has become dominant in our everyday life. We purchase souvenirs made from commodified nature that deny their nature as commodities. they have become commodities, but they sort of lost track along the way due to the overwhelming connectivity that we have with objects. And this collaborates with or cinemizes with the off-space theory of heterotopia. Hence, it is like the redefinition of nature, the recreation of nature, and the reproduction of culture. There is a new system of relationships between people, a new system of network that is going on, and it's still being explored. So it's just that there is a new currency emerging in this world, which is people and places, but also people and objects. And this set of exchanges have diluted the idea of the social dynamics in the traditional sense of home, or in the classical sense of home. Is that this two chambers of relation between people and place have become so eclectic and so diversified that we lost our track with our sense of belonging and sense of attachment to a familiar place. Home is also about familiarity, about identity, which is still being debated and somehow dissolved in this virtual era. And in the end, I would like to summarize that when this quote was said to Krista in the beginning, let's build houses together and sell them, this is basically translated into that human interactions have become overshadowed by digitized, objectified, alienated, and commodified spaces. Our existence and presence in this world is being defined by objects and things, and has become valued by our isolation and by our social and displaced, alienated existence from the others around us. And in the end, I want to say this is a theory that I'm just like putting forward, and of course it can be developed later on. So that's why I would like to end with to be continued. So to be built on and for further discussions. And so thank you so much again, Professor Gehan, for this organizing this seminar, and looking forward to your questions.
Thanks a lot, Tahir. As I said, it's good to associate names with faces now. So it's really lovely to have you today. And thanks to Erna as well, who's been the dynamo behind this of organizing and getting all this set up. So thank you very much to everyone. Our next speaker, Mohamed Farid. Mohamed, are you here with us? Yes, excellent.
Yes.
So yeah, Mohamed is an architect and researcher and holds a bachelor degree of architecture design from Helwan University in Egypt in 2020. And he's a postgraduate diploma in urban heritage strategies from Erasmus University in the Netherlands in 2022. He is currently studying for an MSc in conservation management of cultural heritage in University of Sharjah, UAE, supported by an ICROM scholarship. He is interested in professional academic experiences which are centered on the reinterpretation of built heritage in the Middle East through digitization. The title of the talk today is exploring the phenomenology of historic houses and understanding the subjective experience of individuals. Mohamed, the floor is yours, and yeah, I hope you can stick to the 15 minutes. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Professor Gehan, for giving me this opportunity. As the title indicates, I'm suggesting in my presentation, I'm suggesting a new methodology to combine between phenomenology and historic houses. As we know, phenomenology is a philosophical approach that emphasizes the subjective experience of an individual in relation to the world around them. This approach acknowledges that the experience of an object or space is shaped by the individual's subjective consciousness, rather than solely by objective qualities of the object or space. When applied to historic houses, phenomenology can provide a deeper understanding of how individuals experience and interpret these spaces. Because historic houses are physical structures that reflect the history and culture of a particular time and place. These buildings are often preserved as a way to connect with the past and to provide insight into the lives of those who lived in them. However, the experience of a historic house is not just about the physical space, but also about the individual's subjective interpretation and connection to the space. Here are some possible steps that can be taken to explore the phenomenology of a historic house. The first one will be to visit the historic house in person and experience the space firsthand, taking notes of the sensory qualities of the space, such as the texture of the walls, the quality of the light, and the sounds of the surrounding environment. And then we will need to interview individuals who have a connection to the historic house. The connection could be that these people were former residents of this house, visitors, or even experts in heritage conservation also. And then we will ask them about their experiences and interpretations of the space, paying attention to their personal histories, emotions, and memories. The third step will be to conduct historical research on the studied house and its cultural context, and its urban context. And then to explore the historical events and cultural practices that shape the space and its significance. All of this data and information will be then analyzed and collected from the site visit and the interviews, and then sensitize the information to gain insights into how individuals experience and interpret the house, looking for patterns and connections in these data, and consider how they relate to the sensory, emotional, and cultural aspects of the space. The findings will be interpreted in the light of the phenomenological approach, considering how the individual subjective interpretation and connection to the space shapes their experience. Let us apply this suggested methodology to our beloved house in Cairo, Bayt al-Suhaimi. I will have 5 results for this methodology applied to Bayt al-Suhaimi. The first will be, as phenomenology recognize the role of subjective consciousness in shaping perception and interpretation. When exploring a historic house through a phenomenological lens, the focus is on the individual's experience of the space. This includes not only the physical features of the house, but also the emotions, memories, and associations that space evokes. For example, a person may visit a historic house and feel a sense of nostalgia for its bygone era. This feeling is not simply a result of the physical features of the house, but is also shaped by the individual's subjective consciousness and personal history. Phenomenology recognizes the importance of this subjective experience and seeks to understand how it influences the interpretation of historic spaces. The second result will be that the experience of a historic house is not a static one, but rather a dynamic process that evolves over time. As individuals spend more time in the space, they develop a sense of familiarity with the environment. And this familiarity can shape their perception and interpretation of the house. For example, when individuals spend time in a historic house, they begin to develop a sense of connection to the space. This connection is formed through a variety of sensory experiences, including sight, sound, touch, and smell. For example, the way light filters through the windows, the creak of the floorboards underfoot, and the musty smell of old books can all contribute to the individual's sense of connection to the space. Moving on to the third step, the third result is the experience of a historic house is not only shaped by the physical space and surrounding context, but it is also influenced by the individual's life events and experiences. Each individual brings their unique perspective and personal history to the space, which can shape their interpretation and connection to the historic house. For instance, a person who grew up in a similar historic house may have a deep personal connection to the space and may feel a sense of nostalgia for their memories associated with their childhood home. In contrast, another person who has never experienced living in such a house may have a more detached and objective perspective on the space. The fourth result is for many individuals, the connection to the past and the future is an essential aspect of the experience of a historic house. The historic house can provide a sense of continuity and connection to the past, allowing individuals to understand and appreciate the history and culture of the time in which the house was built. At the same time, it can also provide a sense of hope for the future, reminding individuals of the resilience of the human spirit and the endurance of historic structures. Understanding the history of a historic house and the cultural context in which it was built is essential for gaining a deeper appreciation of the space. The historical and cultural significance of a house can provide a window into the past, offering insight into the way people lived, worked, and interacted with their environment. By understanding the historical and cultural context in which a historic house was built, individuals can gain a deeper appreciation of the space and the role it played in shaping the history of the district, the region, or even the country. Furthermore, seasonal events such as changes in weather and natural cycles can also shape the experience of a historic house. For instance, a historic house situated in a natural setting may offer different experiences during different seasons. In the summer, the space may be characterized by lush greenery and an abundance of natural light, while in the winter, the space may be characterized by a cozy and warm atmosphere with crackling fires and candlelight. These events offer opportunities for individuals to engage with the space in a more active and participatory manner, creating memories and experiences that become part of the history of the house. For instance, a historic house that is used as a family gathering place during holidays and special occasions provides opportunities for individuals to engage with the space in a more active and participatory manner. The preparation and celebration of these events involve a range of activities such as cooking, decorating, and socializing, which create a sense of community and connection to the space. These activities become part of the larger history of the house, adding depth and complexity to the story of the space. To conclude, exploring the phenomenology of a historic house can provide a deeper understanding of how individuals experience and interpret these historic spaces by considering the subjective consciousness of the individual, including their personal histories, emotions, and memories. We can gain insight into how the historic house shapes their experiences. This approach can enhance appreciation and connection of individuals to its history and its urban history and cultural significance. By taking steps such as conducting site visits, historical research, and analysis, we can develop a comprehensive understanding of the phenomenology of a historic house. This understanding can inform preservation and management efforts and contribute to the broader understanding of the cultural heritage embodied in these historical houses. Ultimately, by engaging with the phenomenology of historic houses, we can cultivate a deeper appreciation for the rich history and culture that is embedded in these unique structures and spaces. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mohamed, for the interesting talk. I think this is, again, another additional and complementary presentation to catch up with what was said before, but thank you very much for being here today. Our next and final speaker in the morning session is Erna Zharani. Erna is a second-year PhD student in the Architecture and Urbanism Research Group at the University of Leeds. And in 2019, she received her master's degree in architecture from the University of Technology Malaysia and published a journal article in the Journal of Architecture, Planning and Construction Management in 2020. Erna has over 6 years of working experience in housing development in Malaysia. She was also a part-time lecturer before beginning her full-time PhD studies at Leeds. Erna's title of her talk today is The Meaning of Home in Malaysian Multi-Ethnic Households, a Conceptual Framework. Erna, the floor is yours.
Thank you for Prof. Gehan. I'll share my slide. Did you guys see my slide?
We do.
Okay. Okay. Good day to everyone. My name is Erna Nuralia Zharani. I am a second-year PhD student. Currently, I'm working on a research project with Prof. Gehan, titled The Meaning of Home in Malaysian Multi-Ethnic Household, a Conceptual Framework. Hold on. Okay. So this presentation will explain an introduction on Malaysian demographic and the social conflict in modern row houses. The aim of this research is to develop a conceptual framework that explains the meaning of home in Malaysian multi-ethnic context through integrative literature searching method. Malaysia is situated in Southeast Asia. Before reaching independence in 1957, back on the days, the people in Malaysia, they experienced wars, decolonization, migrations, and occupation for decades. Therefore, this phenomenon has drastically transformed from a homogeneous social demography into a multi-ethnicity, speaking diverse languages and practicing different culture. The majority of population are the Malay ethnics, followed by the Chinese group and the Indian groups, and then 1% are others we reckon as non-Malaysians. So during the post-war British Malaya, the capital city of Malaysia, Kuala Lumpur, we experienced overpopulation with Chinese and Indian migrants, as well as migration from native people from the rural areas across the nation, who flocked to the capital city to earn jobs, achieve better standard of urban living. So this sudden population growth led to a rapid development of the first new town within the Selangor state. However, the formation of domestic architecture gradually inclined to be a portrayal and manifestation of power and ruling. So most development of housing concerns on the portrayal of their own political or corporate identity, the cost of implication, the affordance in construction of their and the technology, which less attention given in what makes a house a home to the people. So we architects believe that the work of architects is a cultural product. However, numerous case studies worldwide have proven this mass housing phenomenon shaped into a generalized standard of living spaces. So this is not exception in Malaysia. This issue resulting transformation in the original contemporary houses by the dwellers, and it shows that the dynamism in cultural practices do affect the physical configuration of the spaces. So this is one of the examples that I got from the dwellers in Malaysia, which have done with their homes in Bangi, which is one of the housing neighborhood in Malaysia. So to understand the meaning of home, the research began by making query in the scientific database of Google Scholars and Scopus. So synonym words, keywords such as meaning of home, household, ethnicity is the initial stage of literature searching, followed by the word emotion, feeling, attachment were added on into the search string. So the result was quite overwhelming, with more than 3,000 data were discovered. So in order for me to find a more related and eligible publication that relates to the context of my study, the following selection process are implemented using PICO tools for qualitative research. The first element is scope of population, which I'm looking at the home dwellers who have experienced migration and modified their physical homes. And the research interest focuses on articles that talk about home contentment, practice of home, sense of home, or home experiences. And the context of the setting is I'm looking at all regions, ethnicity, Chinese, Indian, the Middle East, English culture. And the outcome of this is to find the theoretical and empirical results on the meaning of home coming from the selected publications. So from this literature data that I found, I did like a thematic analysis, was adopted for data analysis, which many scholars use six-myth theory and conceptualize the meaning of home as a unity between physical, social, and personal aspects of home. So when a person signifies the word home, a wide range of places appear to one's mind. It can be a house, neighborhood, or perhaps a country. And home has many interpretations, like we have in the following up for the other presentations. They perceive them as from different approaches, territorial, psychology, and phenomenology development. From this literature searching process, it helps me to identify related case study and theories with similar context to Malaysia. So globally and in everyday life, the issue of people migration required adaptation and appropriation of space or place or culture to achieve sustainable and psychological well-being in the new environment. Hence, the meaning of home in Malaysian context, home is defined as a process of appropriation, which we identify ethnicity for social relations. Following to this concept, this research argued that how does ethnicity influences the physical configuration of solid space and define it as a home. Therefore, the appropriation is related to spatial and space relations. So, and also the sense of home for personal and psychological relations. So I found this interesting quote from Somerville: domestic ideology is embodied in the domestic everyday practices, which is come up with like, it's actually like a combined theories coming from six myths to work in the situation within different ethnicities. This investigation combines the theories of home aspects and theory of practice by Dissertu and production of space by Lefebvre in order to understand the methods of adaptation and factors that influence dwellers' decision to appropriate those physical homes and understand the dynamism cultural practices from multi-ethnic perspective. So with all these combined theories, a conceptual framework I established utilizing the interpretative phenomenology approach as a qualitative method to investigate people's experiences, feelings, activities, and the use of space within the year of their occupancy. So Malaysian multi-ethnic households was identified as an independent variable, while their daily and social activities, the use of the space, their home experiences are identified as the mediating variable, which interpret how and why their households practices transform the original layout into their current home layout. So in an in-depth interview, home dwellers narrate their spatial practices and appropriation in the making of physical, social, and personal home during their year of occupancy. So this is coming from my recent pilot study with Malay families that live in Leeds, because I can't go back to Malaysia right now. So this is just a starting I'm looking at. I discovered that their daily and social activities not only involve within physical homes. So the green one is the male activities and the pink one is the female activities. So to show the behavioral mapping based on their activities of Malay husband and wife in Leeds. So, so my next step for the real fieldwork is to recruit Malaysian households from Malay, Chinese, Indian neighborhoods and how their adaptation and appropriation took place in the making of physical, social, and personal homes. So all data will link back to the theoretical and empirical literature from the outcome in the earlier slides and to analyze any emerging knowledge. So the expected outcome is to understand the definition of home from multi-ethnic perspective and promote occupants' diverse practice and social relation in the reproduction of physical space to encourage cultural value in the use of space and improve the quality of physical home and to develop a new design guideline. This is what my aim is for modern housing scheme that support the expansion of social activities and relation within the multi-ethnic population. So that is all from me. Thank you so much for listening. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Erna. I will not talk much about the presentation, but I'm sure, you know, this is the final talk in the morning session now. So I think that gives us a good time for the Q&A session, which I believe it's very important into that discussion today on home. So we do have some questions in the chat box at the moment, and I think I'll be inviting our speakers maybe to come and respond to that. Can I, Andy, Anissa, there is a question in the chat box to Gamal. Would you like to open your camera and maybe have this more of a verbal discussion than writing back in the chat box, if that's okay?
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I think we have like 15 minutes for the Q&A session overall, so you will try to pick up as much questions as possible and respond quickly. Thank you.
Yeah. Good evening in Yogyakarta, Indonesia. I want to ask to Professor Gamal, what is Babon theory of social sphere? Can you recommend a book about it? And what about social sphere in public space in core metropolitan city between home and public space, between commercial building and public space, or another function of building in mixed-use area? Is the term social sphere some of public-private interface? And what determinant factor in social sphere in public space? Yeah, thank you so much.
Thanks a lot.
All right, thanks, Andy, for your question. Just to highlight that my work on the social sphere was driven from Jürgen Habermas and his work on the social sphere, which is basically was a political sciences and media research in 1960s. And it is the way that is his perception of the public sphere as a sphere of communications and sharing conversations and messages about political domain. That's perhaps what was the ingredients of how we can really communicate and learn. But the way that I have developed this research, this kind of idea of sphere here to alter as an alternative to the idea of space. So because as I mentioned in my presentation and through my research, that space is quite limited terminology or limited phenomena to help us understand and perceive the home, which is always fluid, always have a dynamic reaction to events and people and times. So in terms of its, there is no specific book normally, other than I will tell you, go always to the basics. Perhaps Erna mentioned now Lefebvre and as I mentioned also Michel Desserteau. Those are kind of key readings if you would like to really to see what are the fundamental theories in trying to trace activities between public and private spaces, how people interact in everyday life. The interesting thing about this kind of research or this kind of topic, it transcends disciplines. So what I would recommend to really read in anthropology, sociology, political sciences, and space architecture as well, because you cannot really stick to one book or one theory. You have to really read kind of different perceptions of the ideas of public spaces. And based on your research, you need to try to create a way which one of those theoretical perspectives is more relevant to you. But there will not be a ready-made theory to really build on it. That's why we always in our theoretical framework try to correspond and develop it from our current readings and perception of different disciplines. In terms of public-private interface, I think there is a lot of research has been written on this. My book includes a number of readings as well that might be of help to you. If you are talking about architecture, we'll talk about Christopher Alexander. You will. I just mentioned Peter Hobner and even Hassan Fathi. So there's multiple readings in this area.
Thank you very much. Erna, you have a question to Gamal as well.
Yes, I do. Let me double check again. Oh, yes. Thank you for the interesting talk. I just would like to know that the services, when we have like a lot of habitant space that we have, and then we always conflicted with all the services that coming through in order to support the everyday life that and it also identify as inhabitant space. So, and when some people in everyday life, they would like to use this space, how do we actually include that in the practice of home, since like it can be like a conflict between the authority wanted the people to stay away from those space, but the people somehow expanding social activities and they don't really care about all this what the authorities advise for their safety and stuff. So how do we cater for that kind of issue?
All right, thanks, Erna. This is a very important question, and to be honest, this is at the core of that perception and understanding of a home as a social sphere. Because again, just the authorities like, not authorities, everybody, even architects like really to work within a specific physical and spatial constraints, which will be meaning that is actually the defining the lines of properties, which is our houses. But when it comes to streets, our public spaces that's always managed by the state or by the authorities or by the city and so on, I'd like really to keep people apart. But this is not how actually home works in reality, as you mentioned. I have to perhaps highlight this a big chunk of my research about how home transcends those kind of boundaries and take much part of its activities in the public space that's they don't own, but socially they own. So all my work for over 200 years on the Hawara history was actually meant that that street or that alleyway was owned by the people, but run by the people. And the government started to, or authorities at the time in the late 1970s, start to take control of that space, introducing regulations and legal requirements, prevents to target the inhabitants using that space. So for example, cooking during weddings, celebrations, funerals, they put a regulation saying that nobody can take control of that space or block it for wedding, for celebration, without a prior permission. They wanted to stamp their authority on controlling that space, but actually people ignored those regulations and start to become conflict between the police forces at the time and the authorities enforcing their regulations on law and local people. And so many times they broke or they demolished the stone steps in front of the houses, the areas where people used to really to sit down, even the gates, they destroyed at some times, but people rebuilt it again. So this kind of conflict always will take place. And we see it until today in so many places where houses start really expand in the informal areas to expand beyond their property lines, and the authorities always like to take control. It is in reality that is this kind of conflicting domains, let's say, between the public and private will continue to exist. And this kind of conflict or pulling apart who have the power will continue to exist. But however, there always have been throughout history some kind of informal negotiation where the authorities impose their power strongly. It's normally authoritarian regimes and controlling structured law. But in most cases that communities used to wrestle back that control because they operate, they run it. And normally states or authorities are not good at running this on daily basis. They can pave the road, They can provide infrastructure, but they cannot really maintain it. The maintenance and running of that space in terms of safety, security, people walking down the street, keep it clean, all of these things always lie with local people and communities. So yes, on law, it might be a government run, but in practice, if you are talking about homes and the ownership of that homes is always run by communities. And this exists everywhere, even in our houses here in the UK until today, just we clean it, we clear the ice, we do everything in the way that we run it. So there's no definitive answer, but just it's always have been a process of negotiation across history. Thanks, Erna.
Thank you very much, Gamal. Janine, you have a question in the chat box. And also, if anybody has a question, can you please raise your hand so we account for the time for it? Janine, please go ahead with your question.
Thank you. I do have two actually, but I'll ask the first one to Mohamed Farid. I'm really interested in this notion of repeated visits to a house, in this case, heritage houses. And I wondered if this repetition was part of a proposed programme of activities for visitors.
Mohamed Farid, are you still with us? Erna, is Mohamed Farid with us in the list?
No, he's
right. Okay.
It's not in.
May I ask a second question?
Yes, please go ahead with a second question. Yes.
This is to Professor Gamal. I just wondered if you're actually, are you an advocate for the commons, you know, this notion of transcending the home, transcending the house? Are you, I've just wondered if you, because a lot of your work is about that, and I just wondered if you are an advocate for the commons.
Prof. Gamal, you're on mute.
Oh, sorry about that. Thanks, Janine, for your question. I think it's a very important question, but as you rightly said, that this goes to the core of my research.
Yes.
I tried, as you know, as a researcher, you try to be objective. So I'm trying to put aside my beliefs, and I have been trying to do this for a long time. But this is what I learned. So what I learned is actually is home effectively transcending those boundaries in daily basis. That's why when I try to really trace it across history, yes, in the was a little bit more clearer than it is now. But if you trace it in details and through the lens of everyday life and practice, you will see this exists. So actually, one of the simplest things that I use it in my book is about the threshold. What is the threshold of this kind of public-private limitations? And if you look at it from physical sense, it's clearly defined. But when from the social cultural practice, everyday life, it's very flexible. For example, if you have a home and then somebody within 10 meters of your house and you stood there and looked back into your window for 10, 15 minutes, this is intrusion. So effectively, you will stand up and start to get out of your house and start to ask him, what are you doing there? Because this becomes intrusion into your own private domain, which is effectively expand beyond that. And look at the neighborhood. If somebody stranger in the neighborhood will come, this will start to be imposition, even if there's somebody who's trying to do some good things. So, and if you look at the local area, then becomes, again, people have a shared interest, as we have seen during COVID, and thankfully you have highlighted COVID here, when the state has taken a step back, and then everybody stopped up to try to really work around that local organizations. So these dynamics of the home exist. The difference is how it is branded or put a big banner saying this is a home, this is how we deal with it, and whether different contexts treat that in different ways. Western countries like ours, for example, that try to really to look into this kind of formal structures, but in so many other cultures, perhaps in Malaysia, in Cairo, in so many other places, you'll find so many quarters of the areas that is run entirely local. The state does not have existence, in which way the home as a commons is effectively the mechanism of running the city. And perhaps not as clear in some Western countries, yet in some areas you'll find it run that way. I work and lived in Belfast, which is very much a commons area. It's about communities running their own quarters entirely. So if you look at it, if you liberate, that's why the point I keep making about liberation of the idea of a house and architecture from its physical limitations, but look at how actually practice operate within the spaces. And in that way, I hope I answered your question, but in that way, I'm not advocate, but I'm trying to explain the phenomena as it happens in real life situation.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Janine, for the question. And thanks a lot, Gamal, for, you've got a lot of questions. And I think it's, are there any other questions to any members of the panel from the speakers this morning?
I have a question to Janine, if that's okay.
Yes, please.
Janine, thanks a lot for your question, for your presentation. I'm very much interested in the abstract, in the art, because art is just about abstract, about perception, subjectivity of feelings and emotion. Yet you are dealing with a major phenomena about the home. And so from the responses that you get from the artists, they are varied. So how do you think that is, from conceptual perspective, the difference between contextualized art and abstract art in reflecting something that is really diverse as the idea of home? Did you really look at this, the contextualized concept or the abstract response, and how you analyze in that frame? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your question. I suppose I didn't see the boundary between, particularly how some of these artists work, between art as an abstract phenomenon. I think it was very much part of what these artists do every day. And I suppose because it was a unique kind of context, because it was a context of the pandemic, and two of those artists were shielding, they couldn't leave their house. So that unique context, I suppose, made their house their studio. And as it made a lot of people's spaces, their school, their all different acts of work and professions were sort of happening in the house. So the line between art's being kind of quite abstract from life was kind of erased, I think, particularly, but also that those artists that I kind of selected as a curator, they do work in more socially engaged art. So they're, particularly for Bobby Ray, thinking about the way that the artists that created the blankets, the designs came from conversations with other artists and inspirations from their work. So it kind of merged together rather than sort of a separate abstract concepts. I hope that answers the question.
No, it does. Thanks a lot, Jenny. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm cautious of time because I want everybody to have a break and grab some coffee or tea before we come back for the second session. And I think we will start the second session with some reflections on session one from Erna for a couple of minutes, just as a kickoff for session two. So if we can gather back on Zoom at 12:40, that would be really appreciated. So again, once again, we have done a fantastic effort to stick to the time as possible for the first one, and hopefully we have the same approach for the second one. Okay, welcome back, everybody. It's 12:40 now, so I think we are ready to kick off with the session number two. I hope everybody had a chance to grab a coffee or a tea and some quick lunch if possible. I think we're going to start with a couple of minutes first from Erna on some reflections on session one, and then we will go ahead with our second keynote speaker and the rest of our five speakers in the second session.
Yeah, thank you for everyone that participate in the morning session. It's a very interesting and comprehensive topic that we talked about home, which expand about the meaning of home from not just a physical realm but it also like the needs to understand people's habits, memories, experiences that shape a multi-layered spaces. And we can see that home is not only just a physical structurally that we talk about construction technology, but it's also an expression. So like a landscape of memories and relationship, and also how do you express through Janine's presentation about people's personal thoughts and emotions. And I was also very interested with Tahir's presentation because it reminded me of how we back in the housing development, we're working on designing a house, but we would actually use VR to visualize spaces before we actually build it, and actually like saving a lot of cost. But it turns out really good because everything looks perfect. And so like the historical houses is not just about like how people wanted to have the spaces, how they want, how the clients or how the organizing developments want us to have the spaces, but people actually do build spaces even though we actually comes with the design. So this actually gives us the thoughts that we should actually comes back to what makes people, what's actually their practices, and then how do they experience, how do they connect with the places, what are the sense of continuity that brings them into the meaning of home. So it's also give us reflections that it's not just about like one person perspective, it's also coming from different dimensional, where it can be not just physical, like I say, it was like a personal psychological relations to these matters. So I wanted to like to say that thank you so much for all this the topics that you bring in, because coming from architects, we only like visualize this as one perspective, but coming from other angles of understanding this gives us more new knowledge, and then opens up our minds on how we reflect the meaning of home. 20 years ago, the meaning of home can be totally different from a meaning of home 50 years from now. So thank you so much, everyone, for participating in this. Yeah, I think the next session is about the significance of home in everyday lives, where it will be in a relation with policies, cultural values, and so on. So I'll pass to from Gehan to.
Yes, thanks a lot, Erna. Thank you very much. So I'm really delighted to introduce our second keynote speaker today, Dr. Sabrina Ismail, who is an associate professor with more than 10 years of experience as an academic member of staff, a researcher and writer in architecture, history, theory, and criticism, focusing on politics and architecture, national identity, Islamic architecture, housing design, and architectural education pedagogy. She's graduated with a PhD from QUT, Australia in 2008, and she has written many journals and books on the role of national identity and architecture towards sustainable community development, and the role of architecture education in Malaysia. She is the director of the architecture school in the Faculty of Built Environment and Surveying at the University of Technology, Malaysia. Currently, she is leading the national research project on the future direction of Malaysia architecture education from 2020 till 2030, under the sponsorship of the Ministry of Malaysia Higher Education, and the project is in collaboration with the Board of Malaysia Architects, the Council of Malaysian Architecture Education, and the Council Heads of Architecture Schools. The title of Sabrina's keynote today is Assessing the Design Preferences and Determinants of Aging Residents in Malaysian Elderly Care Homes. Lovely to have you today, Sabrina, among us, and thanks a lot for accepting the invitation and sparing the time to join us all the day. Really delighted to see you, and hopefully we can build on good more discussions after the seminar. So yeah, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you so much, Prof. Gehan Salim from University of Leeds. Let me share my screen first for today's presentation. I hope, is the screen clear now? Is it visible? Is it visible? Yeah, I tried to put it in. Okay, so firstly, I would like to say thank you to University of Leeds, and also thank you to Professor Gehan Salim, and also to Erna, which is my previous students when she's doing my master's under me. So thank you so much for inviting me for today's session. It's been a delightful day meeting all of you from all around the globe, talking about the idea of culture and diversity and the meaning of home. This is me, just a quick introduction about myself. So if anyone wants to know me much further, you can just scan me by the QR code and you can get details about me. I'm actually the Director of Architecture School from University of Technology Malaysia. And I've been the director for almost 4 years now, and will continue on perhaps in another session soon. Okay, so today's topic for my talk is about assessing design preferences of aging residents, and I will look into the Malaysian context of elderly care homes. So what we all know is that being an elderly is actually a very significant kind of an age, because most of us will become old soon. So I'll become old, most of you become old soon. So it is when we're still waiting for the time to come. But the biggest question is that we have to ask ourselves, is the housing development in Malaysian context or in the well-developed or in the developed countries are ready or not yet to accept this kind of elderly aging living condition. So if you try to ponder and looking into this, don't let age change you, but change the way you age. So this is what is the perspective that we should look at, because each one of us will become an aging society soon, but we actually need to make a special place living actually for the aging and for the elderly to spend the rest of their life actually living before they pass away this world and go to heaven or go to other place. So actually, if you look into Nelson Mandela, and he's mentioning that we actually can change the world and make it a better place. So whatever it is actually depends in your hands, not only in the architect's hands, in the students, the academician, in the policymakers, but also in the individual difference to change the world for the better living society. So now let's talk about your old age. Okay, so I'm getting old. Erna is getting old. Okay, maybe perhaps Professor Gehan is getting old. Okay, as time goes by, all of us in this room are getting old. So this is the big question that actually we need to ponder and we need to ask ourselves. Where will you live when you reach the age of 60, 70, 80, 90 years old? So where do we go? So this is the big question. And when I first come across this aging society, this aging group, it really triggers my mind to look into the context of Malaysia, because Malaysia by the year 2035 or by the year 2040, it will become the 42nd most populated country with aging society in the world. And by the year 2020 to the year of 2040, the age structure populace actually will be doubled from 7% to 12% from the whole total population in Malaysian context. And this means that there'll be more older people in the community. So in that sense, if we're looking at that, where will all of these elderly people live and in what kind of condition? And this actually is a question and big issue that worries me, not only perhaps I'm in the context of Malaysia, but also perhaps in the other context of the world also. So if we look into the context of the world, there are actually types of elderly housing, like you can remain in your own home and have your own community of choice, aging in place where you live in at the moment, or actually you can move in to live in an elderly care or an elderly care institution where actually you have living in a community housing that is actually built for the senior citizens, and you have all these voluntary nursing homes and private homes actually to take care of you. But in one sense also, there is another typology where elderly can live with a lot of medical facilities and equipment. And this is actually for elderly who have disability, who have problems of severe health and conditions. And also there are some sort, like what we have known here is also the retirement village. But if we look into the concept of retirement village, it is actually more like a kind of resorts and village which is suitable for the elderly. And there is a lot of equipments and a lot of facilities, but in terms of the costing, it is quite high also, especially for those who are in the lower income group. So this is actually a challenge that we actually need to look in the current context. So if we ponder to ourselves by the year of 60s or 70 and 80 or 90, where do we actually need to go? Whether we are going to age in place or where we're going to live in a retirement village. So this is the big question that we really have to answer. So if you look into the context of Malaysia itself, and I think it is the same similar situation, whether you're in the UK or in other parts of the world, because most of the houses is actually for the elderly are divided into two categories. One is the non-profit orientated and another one is the profit orientated. So the non-profit orientated is usually subsidized or under the organized by the government or by the NGO bodies, and the other one which is under the profit oriented is actually supported by a private provider, and this is actually quite expensive in cost. So if we look into the issues on the elderly housing, and if you look throughout the world, this is basically what is the problem that is faced by almost every country in the world. Number one is in terms of the problem of the low beyond the expectation needs. So if you look into the context, there are not much enough housing for the elderly, which I means that is a suitable living where most of the facilities and the housing design is actually mismanaged and with no proper monitoring. And also in the problem of the policy makers itself, especially to cater for the physical, the cognitive and the spiritual development needs for the elderly. And in this sense, they're still lacking in terms of the standardization and having the best guideline practices, because in developed countries like Malaysia, the policy actually to cater for the golden age for the elderly people is actually lacking, and they don't have certain concern in terms of the emphasization, especially in terms of the policies actually looking into the spheres of the home providers. And in another big issue is also in terms of the affordability of the elderly retirement homes, especially the ones with healthcare facilities. So most of elderly living, usually they actually put a lot of charges and high costing to it. And most of the who are from the lower income group, it's actually quite hard for them, especially to survive and to get a good, nice kind of an affordable housing, especially with all those healthcare facilities. So this is kind of a big dilemma that is actually being faced, especially in not only in the Malaysian context, but also in other parts of the world, like in Nigeria, in Indonesia, and also in most of the well-developed nations. So if we're looking into another issues is also in terms of the lacking of the contribution from public and private home developers. And this one, if you look into the context of Malaysia, a lot of developers still show sense of neglect because they feel that building housing for the elderly is not profitable to them. So it will give them less consideration and little kind of aspiration, because in terms of the design itself, there's so much requirement in terms of the facilities, in terms of the costing. So at the end of the day, developers actually neglect these kind of values. And what they built was actually just a house just to accommodate for the needs, the basic necessities and the basic function needs. So based on these issues and justification, what I did with my research student was that we look into a bigger context in the Malaysian country, where we look and where we search different types of live case studies. And when we divided the live case studies, we look into the housing category, we look into the level of the housing provider, and then we look also in terms of the status of the users who utilize the homes for the elderly, whether it's in dependent elderly or the one who is assisted living elderly. So this is the findings that what we did when we did our survey and observation by looking into the categories of the non-profit side of the elderly housing that is actually subsidized by the government. So in terms of the quality and the function of the living spaces, it's very, very quite minimal. So it's kind of a more the concept of readaptive reusing the existing building and turn it into the elderly living homes. For instance, in Malaysia, it is a very common practice and a common culture that a shop house is turned to become an elderly housing. Or sometimes it can be also a terrace housing that it is turned to become an elderly living place. So this is what the current condition that it looks like, where there's a minimal kind of a living space, where the bedroom space is very limited. You don't have proper kitchen areas for facilities for cooking, for washing, for cleaning. And also there's a smaller space for dining space, for common space for integration, for socializing among the elderlies, and also social spaces is also very limited. So at the end of the day, it's still lacking in terms of the quality of spaces. And this also include in terms of the facilities like entertainment spaces, gathering spaces, and especially looking into the ideation of services and also in terms of safety and security for the elderly. So this is a real life scenario that when we did a research, when we go to the elderly housing, we did take a lot of pictures from what is the real happening environment faced by the elderly in the Malaysian context. So these are some of the pictures that I will just go through very quickly. And what we did also, we draw the layout of the housing for the elderly, and it looks like very, very limited spaces. In terms of the functional of the spaces, sometimes it becomes a multi kind of a purpose spaces where one spaces can be turned into a different kind of spaces. So this one is at the end, it actually gives limitation in terms of circulation and movement to the elderly. So and at the end of the day, this kind of an environment create a kind of a suppressing kind of what you call that feelings to the elderly people, and in terms of comfort and also in terms of suitability. And as you can look also, the spaces provided for the elderly to socialize is also very minimal and also very limited. And there are still lacking of greenery space, and especially pocket spaces for them to do exercising, or for them to do rehabilitation, or for them to do yoga, connection, social communication, and things like that. So these are some of the examples that when we did the observation. So it's kind of a quite pitiful, because this is where we talk about the neglect from the policymakers and also from the government point of view. So there should be more kind of emphasization and more kind of delicate, what you call that, interference by the government, try to improve the quality living among the elderly. This is some of the examples of the way of living condition in the existing elderly housing. So based on the observation, we also did a quick questionnaire survey with the elderly, and we actually get about 150 elderly try to answer some questions, and what is actually that they really want when they become in when they want a real place to live in, especially when they reach the age 60s and above. So based on the response that we get from the elderly, this is what actually that they want, because in the later life, they actually prefer to live independently, but they want to live in their own living home, if preference, if possible. But then due to certain like restriction, like economy, and maybe there's not enough caregivers or caretakers, that's what actually pushed them to live in supporting medical health facilities or under the care of the governments and NGOs. And if you look into the property type of preference also, the elderly actually prefer to live in bungalow kind of a living context, where actually you have ample greenery spaces to move about and to sit to do what you call that, social interaction with others and so forth. And location type of preferences, most of the elderly also prefer to live in suburbs. So where it is actually a lot of facilities around, and they can get a lot of medical health and facilities surrounding them. So when we did this research, what we found out was that there are certain considerations that we need to look about when we as an architects or scholars, academicians, policymakers, when we design the housing for the elderly. And this is actually involved the external and also the internal features. So if we look at the external features, the architectural design elements that is very, very crucial that needs to be looked into is in terms of having a design that actually respond to context. And in this sense, when you want to build an elderly housing, it must have a connections to the public realm. And in this means that the setting of the facilities, the detailings of the location of the building itself, and also the architectural character that the elderly housing trying to portray. Because most of the elderly housing in Malaysia actually showed a very kind of an old design kind of a building, kind of an emotion or feeling of satisfaction among the elderly. So most of the design look very mundane, with very basic colors, and it's very pale, so it looks very old and shabby. So this is actually give back to the emotion of the elderly. So in one sense, also site planning is also playing an important role, where you talk about the idea of safety, building entrance. You need to have a lot of pedestrian access, and also practicality of the design dwelling layouts, especially in the comfort of the home itself, in terms of the privacy, in terms of comfort, in terms of visual links, and so forth. So these are some of the design codes that we actually pulled out when we did the survey with the elderly people. And some of them, if you look at the survey that we did, most of the elderly actually prefer to have a space that shows the sense and value of respect. So in this sense, they require a place that can provide a sense of place for the users and also the environment. And what they really required is that to have a close range proximity to facilities, to recreational activities, and also they require to have a lot of place for privacy in this sense. So privacy means that they want to have a private space, but at the end of the day, the private space also can be expanded, and also they can have an integration with other community and with other elderly members. So this is quite crucial also, because when we look the findings from the interviews, what they really required is that to have a living space that is actually open to the natural environment and to the natural condition, where you need to have a lot of ample of natural ventilation, natural daylight, and the dwelling layouts also need to have a proper kind of a dimension, so that you can talk about future expansion like modification and renovation, and also suitable with the furnitures and the fittings, and also with the fixtures. So these are some of the findings that we gather from the elderly design preferences. And from there, we actually develop a certain strategies for the elderly housing design at the complex level, at the block level, and at the unit level. So when we design an elderly, it is very crucial to look into 8 important elements, which is the housing setback, in terms of the hierarchy, the arrangement of the housing, the nodes that you create within the spaces. And the most critical important thing is that viewing from inside to outside, and also outside to inside. So this is where we call to have a connectivity of space, connection between the landscape, the greenery, and also the interior spaces layout. And at the end of the day, also facade also plays an important role. Like what I mentioned earlier, if you have a mundane kind of a facade design, looks really like a hospital or really like a psychiatric ward, it really depressing to the elderly. So it must be something that create excitement for them actually to spend the rest of their lives before they pass away. Okay, so these are some of the things that when we look also into courtyard and green spaces configuration is also very important when designing for the elderly, and also the cues for wayfinding, okay, walkable walking distance, to have a lot of community shared spaces where the elderly actually can experience a different kind of level through multi-sensory design, where they have expression in terms of activities like healing, therapeutic kind of an activities that actually can trigger their physical and also mental development, and through the senses of light and also colors. So At the end of the day, also, when we talk about designing for the residential unit, it is very crucial also to have to take consideration in terms of the building materials, the finishes, the structures, and also the texture. So there are some examples of design strategies that we come up, especially to use textured wall, tactiles on the floors, and then to have this kind of a rounded corner rather than sharp edges. And this is actually give comfort and also safety to the elderly who are moving about crooked corners, edges, and things like that within the spaces. So some of the things that we also look into is sight sensory sensitive, because some of the elderly, they are sensitive to direct sunlight, glass, and things like that. And actually it can create confusion, especially in the corridor way or in the walkway. So in this sense, sight sensory sensitiveness is very important, especially in nooks and corners and edges, and also in corridors and walkways that actually connect between spaces. So by using bright colors and implying the Le Corbusier color theory, like bright colors or like green, red, blue, and things like that, actually can give cues for wayfinding for the elderly. So these are some of the examples that we actually come up in the table, like creating visibility, surveillance, having a lot of elderly friendly features like universal building design in terms of the types of furnitures and fixtures and fittings and things like that can create a better living environment for the elderly. So based on the overall findings that we get from the research for the elderly cultural values is that when we talk about architecture, it is not only about designing spaces, but it's also about understanding the elderly cultural values. So perhaps in the UK, the cultural values is a bit different in the West, and also looking into the Eastern values on itself. But basically, whatever cultural values, whether you come from a Western society or the Eastern society, the customary tradition and the religious tradition is basically the same. So if we look into the idea of the values of compliance, harmony, talking about community spirit building, mannerism, and also spiritual well-being, all of these are actually embedded in the society. So when we talk about elderly, we cannot ignore all these cultural values. So whenever we design the spaces, these cultural values has to be well embedded and integrated and well manifest into the design concept. For instance, when we talk about the idea of compliance, so when we talk about compliance, the design have to have this context of where we are going to design spaces that avoid interpersonal conflict, where all the spaces are well integrated with each other, where it actually can enhance and also can develop into the ideation of social acceptance and respectability among users and things like that. So these cultural values is actually very crucial. And from the observation and also interview that we did with the elderly, we actually pick up these 5 actually cultural values that is actually needed to be interrelated with the housing design. Like I mentioned earlier, the values of compliance, dignity, spiritual well-being, designing with the ideation to have communal spirit, manners, and also harmony. So when you have all of these values embedded into the housing environment, it will create a much better living spaces for the elderly. And from the ideation that we get from the cultural values, we come up actually with a model, and the model is known as CMHA, which is Cultural Modified Housing Accommodation Model. So in this cultural modified housing accommodation model, it looks into 3 aspects, which is the physical of the elderly, the cognitive, and also the spiritual, to produce a kind of an active aging society. And through this active aging society, it is supported with a lot of social integration through the buildability, a lot of community spaces. So, and this at the end of the day will actually produce and come up with an active engagement living among the elderly. So the CFMIH is actually still in testing, because we actually come up with the model, and we're actually in the process of designing the house through the design studio projects. But after we come up with the design studio projects, then we will test it in terms of the model with the real life setting situation. So, and the way forward is that I think wherever it is, whether in the West or whether in the East, the most important thing is that we need to give consideration to the elderly living society. So I think, thank you. That's all from me. It's a very short kind of a presentation. Thank you so much. Yes. So I'll stop sharing my screen now.
Okay, thank you so much, Prof. Thank you so much, Dr. Alice, for such an enlightenment presentations. Well, I will probably be one of the 40 millions in the elderly homes. Probably I need to choose now. It's really interesting to have these kind of topics coming into the picture on the meaning of home from elderly perspective, like pretty focused. So if anyone have questions to our speakers, to Alice, you can leave it in the chat box. So without further ado, I'm going to introduce our next speaker. Next speaker, Fatma Zahra Hussain. She's an AURG postdoctoral fellow, casual academic and researcher affiliated with Curtin University in Australia. She received her master's degrees in architectural engineering and environmental design from the Arab Academy for Science and Technology and Maritime Transport in Egypt before pursuing her studies in Australia. She completed her PhD in architecture in 2020 from Curtin University, Western Australia. She has received several awards and fellowships for her research, including a prestigious IPREP Western Australia Scholarship in 2019. Her talk will be about designing homes with a heart, lessons from Abu Taj, Egypt vernacular houses, alongside with her second author, Yasmin Mohamed, from Delta University for Science and Technology in Egypt. Fatma, if you are here, you could share your screen. The floor is yours.
Yes, hello. Do you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, great.
Good.
Okay. Is it obvious now? That's fine. Great. Okay. Good afternoon, and how are you, everyone? I'm so pleased to be with you today. Thank you, Dr. Gehan. Thank you, Erna, for organizing this great symposium. And on the behalf of my colleague, Dr. Yasmin Mohamed, I would like to take you on a quick tour in some of the vernacular architecture of Egypt. So today I would like to talk about designing homes with a heart, and our case study is from Abu Taj. It's a small village in Upper Egypt in Asyut Governorate. So as a quick introduction, what is vernacular architecture? So in any environment, when people start to interact together, they are starting to search for a shelter, and they start looking around them and find the available materials and this stuff. So they create their vernacular architecture. So it is the style that is designed based on the local needs, the availability of the construction materials, and it is also reflecting the local traditions. So it is built by people according to their decisions and traditions and culture. In Egypt, we have like Nubian architecture, we have the Upper Egypt architecture, different styles. Our case study is, as I mentioned before, in Upper Egypt. It's in a governorate called Asyut Governorate, and a small city center, it's Abu Taj. And specifically, I'm talking in a village called Zaira. So as a quick introduction, so the background, Asyut Governorate is one of the oldest Egyptian governorates, and it has its popularity and importance as it is was one of the leading centers in the old Egyptian hieroglyphic time. Its name came from the word boutique, which is in the hieroglyphic language means the store, because it was one of the main areas to store the goods and the grains. For the lifestyle, Upper Egypt, people are very traditional and conservative. They mainly work in agriculture and handcrafts, but nowadays also, of course, they have the careers such as doctors and this stuff, but still they remain practice agriculture and farming and other old work jobs beside any other career. For the architecture style, the Abu Tij and the Upper Egypt old houses are mainly vernacular, rectangular in shape and square in shape. They are enhanced a little bit by the Islamic and Arabic houses with having a courtyard, and they had also the idea of clustering in together in a linear lane, which is called el-darb. So like families used to build neighbor houses together, and they had this in one lane called el-darb, and they used to have this closed at night with doors, which is, as we see, is changed now. They are also having two other main principles, that they are using the natural materials such as straws, mud, and this stuff for building their houses, especially what is called the green mud or the traditional bricks. And also they used different environmental and passive cooling techniques, such as having openings, high ceiling openings, and they having also the system of the courtyard, which is one of the most important items in this area's houses. For our case study, we studied more than one house, but for here I will show the house called Khidr House. The house mainly consists of 2 to 3 floors. The main thing happens in the ground floor. So the ground floor usually have mainly the court area, which consists of 5 to 6 elements. For the first thing, that it is the oven or the furnace, as we see here. Then also we have the mastaba, which is like the couch nowadays, or the living area for the people in the house, which is here. And we have also some storage for the grains, which is something that is from the pharaonic age, and still now, until now, it's existing in this type of houses. It's called sauma. It's a storage grain. It depends on the size of the house, how many number of these are found in the house. Or like for this house, we have like 2 installed here. Ilzir, which is the container of the water supply for the house. As you know, like old times, there was no water reaching to the houses. So they fill it and every day. We have the kanun, which it's the stove instead of the stove these days, the kanun, which this is the fire. They use it as for winter also to get warm, and they use it for cooking. It depends on the size of the house. For example, this house was one of the rich family old houses, so they had their own well inside this big storage room. Nowadays, as you can see, it's closed because they don't need that anymore. There is already water supply reached the houses. And moving to the upper floor, we can see here, as you can see here, the court. This is the courtyard, which has all these items included, as we mentioned before. Then we have, for the upper level, for the second floor, in this house is consisting of a bedroom and 3 bedrooms. And also this house had a roof that has an extra oven and some small animal barns like chicken and this stuff. So as we can see that the houses before used to have a specific style reflecting the traditions and how people life is practiced every day. But after globalization, you can see that this caused as homogenization. So it's all typical blocks. So this influenced also some the vernacular architecture in the villages. So people there try to feel that they are modernized and they try to imitate the town lifestyle. So what happened that they tried to build in the form of the city buildings, but as we can see that the traditions is still reflected. So for example, this is the same family's new owned house. They built it. So first, number one, that they didn't stick to the old idea of a family in the same street. So this is a scattered building, whatever, an empty land that they have. The house, but still the house was, they also tried to introduce some new elements such as balconies, big windows that are exposed to the outside. But as we will mention later, they are not used at all. They never open them. And this start when you see now these buildings and other buildings like it, you cannot identify the style anymore. So what happened that they are using their identity, the old design and the sense of place that they had before. So when we start also to look how they used the new and the old house, so we can see that in the old house they had also the area for the commerce. It was called El Madyafa or El Mandara, and they still have this area in the new houses, but with a different shape. Some houses used to have enclosed animal barn inside them or attached to the house, and they still do the same in the new building. I showed you the photo. They still had the barn built inside. They replaced the court because, as you know, it's a hot, arid area. So they still had to have a court inside the house. But as they don't have the same elements to put in the court, what happened that it was decreased to be the staircase of the house. So in the new houses, they had staircase that is unsealed, which acts as a small court for the house. So we tried to we did like a quick questionnaire for some of the residents of the house and the other houses. And we tried to check different psychosocial well-being factors that affecting the well-being. And from this checklist, we started to find how people feel about their old houses, how they were so comfortable, and now how they feel in the new ones. And that they already built, but they started to discover that some of the elements that there was fancy for them to imitate the town style, it's just a shape for them, but it's not worth to have, like the balconies, the outer balconies and this stuff. It's not feasible for them for their lifestyle and their everyday practices. So from here, we can find that we have main findings and recommendations. That number one, the new houses and projects must take respect for the old vernacular and design guidelines. There must have time to give to the locals to express themselves and discuss their needs to stakeholders and to governmental agencies when they are doing new plans for houses for them and new residential areas. We need to empower people through emphasizing the relationship with the historic vernacular value and give the local inhabitants' needs. Aspiration must be the main concept in the new settlements. We need to know that there is a very important need for adding facilities for infrastructure and eco-sanitation, sensitive solutions to avoid any decays in the old structures and help the whole village to be alive with facilitating the maintenance of the old houses and keeping the sense of identity and the village's architectural style. Finally, the urban planning and the housing units must reconsider the community bonding and the effect of the new designs must have rewarding solutions. So we can see that to have a house with a heart, vivid house like the old ones, the old vernacular ones, we should respect, respect the environment, the occupant needs, and the cultural context. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Fatma and Zara. That was really interesting presentations. Thank you so much for sharing us. Next speaker, we will have Rihanna Sajjad. who has more than 12 years of teaching experience at different universities, including serving as assistant professor and head of Department of Historic Conservation at the Art University of Isfahan. In 2022, Erna began working as a lecturer and a professional construction curriculum coordinator for BTEC at Derby College in the UK. Prior to that, she worked as a researcher and architecture consultant for SkyMites, Sdn Bhd in Malaysia, researching on intelligent buildings and the use of data to understand the impact of buildings on people. Her topic today is about the impact of modernity on the lifestyle and housing of the Pahlavi period of houses in Shiraz-Iran from 1891 to 1940. She's the first author alongside with Niloufar Malik and Mariam Zarif from Art University of Isfahan, Iran. Welcome again, and the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thanks very much. Can you hear me? Hopefully. Yes. Thank you. Thank you for your effort. Thanks. And I should thanks Professor Selim as well for organizing this event. Let me share my screen. Okay. Actually, the main author of this research is Dr. Niloufar Malik, who is assistant professor of Art University of Isfahan in Faculty of Architecture and Urban Planning. And also I'm co-writer of this essay, which I am a PhD in History Conservation and lecturer of professional construction at Derby College at the moment. And also engineer Mariam Zarif, Master of Iranian Architecture Study in Art University of Isfahan. So our research is about the impact of modernity on the lifestyle and pattern of houses in Shiraz, Iran during Pahlavi, late AURG and first Pahlavi period, which is from 1891 to 1940. Modernity had some significant changes in various cities of Iran and also in lifestyle of Iranian people. Shiraz, as other cities in Iran, has undergone several changes, which we are going to study in this research. And architecture plays a significant role in understanding changes in lifestyle, including cultural, social, political, and religious factors that will affect architectural appearance of buildings. Studying lifestyle changes helps us to identify changes in a structure of architecture, especially in houses. This study, as I told, is focused on Shiraz geography between 1891 and 1940 to compare these changes in a structure of houses and comparing them with lifestyle changes. This research is a qualitative interpretive approach and based on theoric studies and data which was collected and from the site studies, site survey, and also some approach to the documents from the archive of cultural heritage in Shiraz. We have some selected houses that has been analyzed using existing records in cultural heritage to identify changes in their structure. In this study, we are going to identify changes in architectural element and relate them to changes in lifestyle. This is city of Shiraz in AURG period. And this city was at the moment is located in a plain in the shape of a rectangle. It's surrounded with different mountains, so it has not so much spaces to spread over. You can see here there are some mountains around the city. The city is surrounded by different mountains, and it's going to spread over these lines, these directions. And this is the traditional city of Shiraz in AURG period. As other cities, it has fortified walls around these with several gates here and here and here. It had several gates around the city, and the shape of city was, the morphology of city was more organic, with some bazaars, some AURGs and citadels in between. After AURG period, Reza Shah, which was the first Shah of Pahlavi period, tried to push cities, push all country, all people to be more modernized. So they put some streets, some perpendicular streets in all parts of city to make it interconnected. As I said, in that period, in late AURG and a sort of Pahlavi period, this country, Iran country, underwent a process of modernization and westernization. In this period, in late AURG and beginning of Pahlavi, there was many interrelationship. It was a sort of interrelationship between Iran and other countries, especially Western European. And many students went to France, to other countries to study there, and then they came back. Some European came to Iran, some Iranian came to Europe. So there was a interrelationship. There was a relationship between Iranian and European, Western. So it was a process of modernization and westernization in all lifestyle and country. New modern structures were built, for example, some universities, schools, government building, and so on. And also new urban planning principles were introduced, for example, wide and tree-lined boulevard and open public spaces, some infrastructure such as roads, bridge, public transportation system, and so on. So Pahlavi period was a beginning of constructing and changing cities to more modern and interconnected cities. In this period, in the late 19th century, there was a trend of westernization in the city, in the all Iranian cities and all Iranian architecture. And at the early 20th century, Ernest Helsfeld, who was an archaeologist from Germany, went to Shiraz to do some excavation in Parse, which was an ancient old city near Shiraz. And it was a beginning of archaism trend in Iran. So we had 2-3 different trends at the same time in Iran affecting its architecture and urban design. We had traditionalism, which was continuation of traditional architecture, tradition of building in Iran. And in beginning of Pahlavi period, the westernization and modernization trend began. And then we have archaism at the same time, which was, in Iran, they were thinking we have some problem and we can solve it. Looking at Western, they saw some interesting things. So they tried to be like them, not in meaning, just in the shape, in the form of that. And also they saw that some other researcher thought we had something valuable in our past, so we can go to our past and dig into our past to see what we had. So they brought ancient Iranian architecture, ancient Iranian elements, again, in the form, not in the meaning. They brought it to the art and architecture. So we have traditionalism, westernization, and archaism. As I said, in this research, we're going to dig into some archive of cultural heritage to see how does this change of lifestyle, this change of mindset and ideology change our architectural aspects. You can see these are the traditional form of housing in Iran, constructing in 4 sides and the main yard in between. Going to 1941, we see some significant changes. For example, we see constructing in 3 sides of main yard, and also after that, construction in 2 sides of main yard, and sometimes later, construction in just 1 side. And then we see that they are separating, putting in separate spaces, accommodation here, services apart from accommodation. These are, I think, most of these changes are in relation to comparison of the lifestyle and modern lifestyle in Europe and modern lifestyle in Europe. So as you see, we have the main yard. Main yard, we can say, saves its significance. And then some changes. Main yard is not main yard anymore. It's going to be more extroverted. And then we have a separate main yard, separate from accommodation, and again, some separate main yard, which is not the main character of houses. In terms of entrance, we had some significant changes in entrance. This is type of our traditional entrances in Iran. We had a main door, main entrance to public area, and then we have an octagonal shape, which is the main body of entrance, and then we have some corridors going to main yard. So if somebody was waiting here, couldn't see inside of the house. After a bit, it was changing to just some corridors. This main octagonal body was changed, was removed. And then we had some straight way entrance, and the delay going to yard changed from octagonal shape, and some change of direction, just changed to some stairs going to main yard. And then we had just coming from some stairs to main yard, and again stairs and entrance to main building, to main rooms. So we had some significant changes in this part as well. This is one of the houses in late Qajar, beginning of Pahlavi, which is for Mulk house. In terms of rooms, in traditional architecture of Iran, we had rooms with 3 windows and 5 windows, named as Sedari or Panjdari. And then these rooms were going to be more smaller, changed to 3 doors and 2 doors. And then some more rooms like living room, like halls were added to this configuration. In this tradition of traditional shapes, we had just some rooms, and they were called as house. For example, they were calling this room as a house, this room as a house.
Erna, you have 3 minutes left.
Oh, sorry, I'm going faster, yeah. And then they have changed the rooms to more private rooms, and the houses, each houses came to become a separate room, individual room. These are kind of houses in Pahlavi period. And also we had some a staircase which was coming to become an important elements of facade. It was not in the tradition of Iran, it was not an element of facade, but in Pahlavi and Qajar, it becomes an important element in facade. And also we had some verandas with archaic column on them in this period. To come to conclusion, we can say humans always were looking to improve their quality of life through relationship, exchanging information and equipments, and changing in lifestyle led to the definition of some special concept, and also emergence and removal of certain spaces. The houses in Shiraz had underwent major changes and development in spaces in this period. And because of changes in lifestyle in Iranian society, these changes affected the social, cultural, and architectural urban area significantly, and make the houses more modernized. And by analyzing the pattern of Shiraz houses during the mentioned periods, we can reveal some information of their physical structure and changes, the rapid changes from tradition of architecture to more modernized style of houses, which was just a pattern taken from European cities and Western cities. These are some references that we have used in this research. And yes.
Thank you so much, Erna, for the fascinating chronology of the typology houses that you presented. If you guys have any questions, please leave it in the chat box. And without further ado, we will moving on with our next speaker. Fatma Zahra is an architect and a researcher. She completed her graduation in Building and Architectural Engineering from University of Engineering and Technology, Lahore, Pakistan in 2010. Later completed a Master of Architecture from Punjab University, Lahore in 2018. Currently, she is a PhD student in architecture from University of Management and Technology. Her research aim is to analyze resilient housing strategies through post-occupancy evaluation, and has participated in several conferences, seminars, and research publications. So her topic today is about analysis of resilient housing strategies through post-occupancy evaluation, policy implications for sustainable development. Thank you so much, Fatima. The floor is yours. You may.
Hello, everyone. Thank you so much, Professor Gehan Selim, for conducting this webinar and giving me the opportunity to have a talk here. And thank you, Erna Zharani, for doing everything, and the way you're doing everything is amazing. So I'm feeling so proud and happy to be the part of that. I'm Fatma Zahra from School of Architecture and Planning, Lahore, Pakistan, and my topic is analysis of resilient housing strategies through post-occupancy evaluation, policy implications for sustainable development. So housing is a basic human need, and today houses we need should be well planned, smart, and sustainable. According to World Bank, housing crisis could impact 1.6 billion people by 2025. So the shortage of land, unaffordable houses, poor quality of homes, and adverse climatic impacts have made millions of people more socially vulnerable. So today we need solutions, and housing sector should address the challenge in such a way that it provides sustainable solutions in order to lessen the negative social and climatic impacts and to increase the overall resilience of the built environment. So in Pakistan, the housing challenge is a big issue, Today, we are suffering from economic crisis, housing backlog, energy shortage, and negative climatic impacts. In order to improve the quality of housing and to make it more sustainable and resilient in future, there is need to develop a valuation methodology that will not only assess the performance and quality of housing, but will also determine the user satisfaction. So for this case, the post-occupancy valuation, which is a systematic evaluation of performance of a building that is in use, has been incorporated into the study to determine the quality of buildings which are in use, their performance, whether they are doing well, whether they are well planned, whether they are doing all the purposes for which it was built for, and to identify the area of improvement and to determine whether the users are satisfied with the project or not. So basically, the issue here is, or we can say globally, is that the current situation we look of the Pakistan is that the 40% of the population does not have proper homes at all. The lower and middle income people cannot afford quality homes. And if we look the picture of the situation globally, then the trend of sustainability is increasing everywhere in the world. And it gets difficult to incorporate it in the lower income houses. As to make the houses more sustainable, there's need to do that. We have to introduce the technology. We have to use to go towards the sustainable means. So to incorporate that in the houses in lower income and in middle income people which cannot afford the houses at all, it is very difficult to to make them sustainable for the future. The conventional houses, which are made from concrete and brick, which have been made in Pakistan for many years, they are not energy sufficient. They are not planned or designed in a way that they are contributing in controlling other resources. And a lot of carbon emissions are made from these, and they are not climate resilient at all. So the problem here is to make the houses better, with improved quality, to make it more resilient and to make it more sustainable for the future. So the aim of the research is to make a solution for the future generations, because there is a backlog of housing of 10 million in Pakistan, and to cover this gap, there is need to make more houses which are better in quality, which are sustainable. Looking at the current scenario of the Earth's heat stroke, and looking at the carbon emissions, and looking at the global warming in the world, there is need to make better houses which are more resilient and adaptable, and which are emitting less carbon emissions. And the whole aim of the research is to make a policy framework for resilient and sustainable houses for the future. So the main aim was to develop policy framework for climate resilient housing and to devise a methodological tool to conduct post-occupancy evaluation to determine the housing performance in Pakistan. So for this research, the parameters have been identified, which are the general characteristics of the houses which are taken under consideration, the users who are using the houses, what is the climate of the houses where these houses have been built, what is the physical architectonic order, and what are the physical urbanistic order for that, and the socioeconomic order. So for this research, 3 different case studies are taken under consideration, that are from Eco Enterprises, from Modular Tech, from Easy Bricks. The main of these all these stakeholders is to develop houses which are different from the conventional way, the people were making houses, to go towards more sustainable, to go towards more resilient houses. Because the current scenario, there is need to adopt a better solution for the future houses. So these houses are smart, they are safe, they are resilient, and they're environment friendly. And the most important of all, they are affordable. So the greenhouses by Modular Tech, they are basically aimed to address the current scenario, the current issue of the Pakistan. For this purpose, the cost have been considered, and it is designed to address the lower income strata and the middle income stratas, for which it is very difficult to afford the houses and to get the land and then to make the houses, because the construction rate in Pakistan is also increased. The cost of modular stack homes that start from less than $3,000. So the aim is to make it affordable for people living in low incomes, offering technical environmental solutions to the global housing crisis through their flat-packed prefabricated housing products, and to operate off-grid with their own renewable energy and water purification systems. So the first focus is to make them affordable for the people. For that, they have targeted the low-income people, and there is a basically mortgage and loans provided so that the people which are living like 40% of the income in pyramid, to use them to develop better solutions. Sustainability, it has been addressed very well, and like their houses are more eco-friendly designed, and less carbon emission has been seen from these houses. Inclusivity is also very important criteria, and women and disabled clients will be given priority to access the projects. The four major challenges which has taken under consideration are affordable land and construction for the bottom 40% in Pakistan, sustainable and resilient climate smart housing technology, essential to combat the global warming, and then the scalable construction technology to deliver the homes quickly and to meet the housing demands, and the end user finance for low income households through quick and easy mortgage services. This is the initiative taken by here, and these are the first evergreen homes in Pakistan, which are affordable, which are low cost, which are installed easily, which saves the time for installation. Looking at the scenario, like if we need 10 million houses in future, so there is time, like today is the time we have to decide that how can we do that? How can we quickly or efficiently incorporate such houses in the communities for low income? And what are the solutions which can be done? The houses made in this way are economical, and they are resilient, they are easily manageable, they are cost effective, and they have the same properties, like the life or the lifespan of these are same as the conventional houses which are already made here. This can be seen that the houses which were made conventionally with the brick or concrete are emitting a lot of carbon emission. And we know that globally, like 40% of the carbon emission has been done is from the houses we live in. So this is one of the most important consideration, and the carbon emission have been reduced, like 90% carbon emission has been reduced, and the net emission is tried to control, and it is zero. Net carbon emission is zero. These are the kind of houses which have been incorporated, which are for affordable and low income. The quality houses are good, they are sustainable, and they are more resilient. The one of the most important consideration which is considered here is the design. Basically, the passive design strategies have been incorporated so that the naturally the ventilation is done through natural ventilation. The windows or the wind catchers have been incorporated in such a way that the design is not affected, and the temperature drop has been achieved from 10 to 15% as compared to the conventional houses. The temperature inside has been really well maintained, because in Pakistan, in summers it gets really hot. The temperature is around 35 to 40 degrees. But in these houses, the aim is to control the heating load and to make it comfortable in summers by, and the degree, it's from 25 to 35 degrees Celsius, which is 10 to 15% drop. So the design of the houses is flexible. It depends upon the demand, and they are single story, single units, double story, or 2-bedroom, 3-bedroom houses. And it all depends on the client, what kind of house they want. So it is easily affordable, and it is easily be customer designed. So the main aim which has been achieved from this research is that the houses for the future, the houses we need for the future is they are more sustainable, And in Pakistan, it's better to build future houses which are good, properly designed, properly made, which are energy efficient, that is resilient to climate, and impacts of the sustainability have been incorporated, the desire is to less the carbon emission. So if today we will think about getting more resilient and more sustainable, in future we will be successful. And this is how our homes can play a significant role to make them better homes for future. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Fatma, for the interesting
Thank you so much.
apologies, and then the explanation about the frameworks and towards the sustainable development. I think that is what we all are like going forward towards, like developing built environment towards sustainability. Next, we have a speaker, Aisha Abdul Karim Aliyu. She is an architect. She pursued her first and second degrees in architecture at Kano University of Science and Technology, Kano in Nigeria. She received the prestigious TED Fund Scholarship awarded by the Nigerian government to outstanding academic staff to architecture by enrolling in a PhD program at the University Technology of Malaysia. Her research focuses on housing, culture, and sustainability, where she explores the role of culture in shaping housing designs and the impact of sustainable architecture on the environment. Her topic today is about Afrocentric cultural influences on traditional spatial housing design towards sustainable living. Aisha, you may start. The floor is yours.
Hello.
Hello. Yes.
Yes. Am I audible?
Yep.
Okay. Good afternoon and good evening. Somewhere good morning. As Erna introduced me, I'm Aisha Abdul Karim Aliyu. I'm here to present my topic on Afrocentric cultural influence on traditional spatial housing design towards sustainable living. Actually, I'm a student of Dr. Ali's, currently under supervision of Dr. Ali's. As I started, Afrocentric culture, when you heard of Afrocentric, what comes to your mind definitely is Africa. So, and African countries is not all areas has been delved into.
Aisha,
what
can you
they
make it
have,
like a
the culture
slideshow
they
for
have.
us?
Hello?
Hello, Aisha, could you make it like a slideshow for us? Your screen.
Okay.
Yes, thank you so much.
Afrocentric culture is a way of life that is rooted in the history of tradition, values of African people. It emphasizes importance of community, family, and nature. These values are reflected in traditional spatial housing in a sustainable society. My region of study is Nigeria, and Nigeria, we are overpopulated and housing deficit crisis. So with Afrocentric cultural approach to housing, I think this research will come up with a framework that will impute our values, norms, our cultural heritage to an affordable housing for the low-income earners. So architecture is a form of art that incorporates expression, technology, and fulfillment of housing needs. When we talk of houses, it's a form that is evolved in different culture. Each and every, like in this seminar, we have different cultures, we have different countries around the world that expresses its own culture. So in actuality, the process of globalization has sparked debate between how it accelerated. Western ideals and tradition are progressively being carried over the globe as usual. The loss of cultural identity and progress erosion of societal values, rise in crime, and so on. In Nigerian cities and towns, structures bear no resemblance to Africa, its intellectual and social political ideologies. By defining Afrocentrism, it's a paradigm founded on the belief that to reach sanity, African people must reclaim their sense of agency. According to Afrocentrism, ideas, concepts, events, and personality, political ideas and perspective of the Black people as subject rather than what object. We should be looking at ourselves as the subject of change, not as a stagnant ideas. The Afrocentric paradigm is a paradigm change offered as a structural response to Black disorientation and decentering and lack of agency. By default, what is Afrocentric architecture? According to Madly Okumabwa, Afrocentric architecture is the translation of what culture, aesthetics, spirituality, local materials, development of philosophy and African people into their built environment. Afrocentric architecture is not about reawakening the ancient African people, but instead is in the word of Okonkwo, it is a new culture of development built upon a natural synthesis of design philosophies indigenous to Africa, interwoven with elements of foreign practices, creating harmonious and innovative solutions. Afrocentric culture there is a region in Nigeria, which is called an ethnic group, which is called Hausa. It is part of northern Nigeria. It has its own concept of building, its own concept of architecture. Here, there are some features in the Hausa architecture. They have the pinnacle, the decorative motifs, the domes, the spouts, the walls in mud bricks, and the floor mostly in sand. How architecture started in Africa. The evolution of architecture is traced through diversity, tradition, regions, overarching stylistic trends and dates in architectural history. When you heard of Africa, you will not see anything in history except what Egypt, because all the African countries are silent, except now that Kere architecture is on, Mariam Kamara, and so on. So before it was only Egypt, that is the focus of Africa. Many people did not believe that African architecture was worthy recognition, and many still do not think it is worthy of acknowledgement. That is the reason that what influenced the architects even in Nigeria. They didn't believe that they have an abundant element that can be used and showcased to the world. So researches and symposiums, seminars should be taken within the curriculum of studies. When a local architect is trained in Nigeria, it should be take a tour through what these cultural elements. There is this gap between the culture, the tradition, and architecture of the region. How it started before 16th century, they used sticks, grasses, reeds, and thatches. In the 17th century, that is when they start using adobe, cow dung, sand, and timber. That in the 20th century, that is when cement still come into. We have a long before form installation and concrete tower blocks. Women were finding indigenous ways to address their needs through architecture, using local materials and inherited construction techniques. Societies have ensured that building provided protection and comfort. These pictures is showing us how abundant all these structures are sustainable and how abundant we have it. You will not put your money to buy it, but when you say you're going to use local material, all what will come to a person's mind is that this is too local, it will not stand the need that it takes. This is the sand. The second step is how he is mixing it into molds. This is how attached roof. This is the timber and the stone. The traditional setting in Hausa traditional setting and ethnicity in Nigeria, mostly they are polygamous in nature and extended family in nature. The first one is showing us the inner courtyard, the use of courtyard, and some room is a structure, is a square structure that is showing some room, apartments, and a sitting room. They're having a general sitting room. That is where they will take their lunch, dinner, and the rest. And Aiki, which is a room in the tribe, and a place for rearing animals and the rest. And the second one also, this is showing an extended with double wing, is showing an extended family settlement, which a son, the father, the son, and his children, each marrying out, but still settling in that compound. This is the traditional setting, the figure 1 and figure 2. This is how this traditionally, this is how it started. And when we look at sustainable development, we'll see that there is multiple reasons for adding culture to the traditional 3 pillars constructs of sustainability. When you look at it, will come up with a built heritage, cultural facility, morphology, aesthetics, and the society, mix of function, comfort, and sociability, public spaces, the environment, the accessibility, the environment protection, and when it comes to economy, it's the economical aspect of it. Environmental protection, reducing carbon emission. It will help in reducing carbon emission footprint of building throughout their life cycle. It improves environmental and energy performance of building. Waste management treated as an integral part of sustainable housing strategies. And economic effectiveness, cure and neutralize tenure. Housing construction is performed based on the use of building codes and standards. Spatial planning efficiently dispose services, undertakes over regeneration, provides affordable housing. Social inclusion and participation. It increases the availability of housing option. Research and exchange of knowledge on all aspects of sustainable housing. Effective, clear, and transparent governance at levels. Cultural adequacy, emphasizing the development of public spaces. Housing takes into consideration the background and culture of inhabitants. This is the main of Afrocentrism. The houses should take the users in consideration while using, because the mass housing that the government are doing, mostly they are inconducive for the users. I have a case study that I undergo during the study. During the study, I have observation and a questionnaire. The observation were made based on the cultural identity of low-cost housing. The observation is on a framework. This framework is tested empirically. And I have a questionnaire. The questionnaire, I asked the architect. Why ask the architect? Because they are the designers, even the government, they are the one that show design for mass housing. So we want to know, why is it that they are not inculcating Afrocentrism to the policy or the guidelines when it comes to structure, so that housing deficit can reduce. It can reduce through the Afrocentric approach to housing. That is the use of local materials. As this is saying, what knowledge do you have about exposure to Afrocentric futures in the modern context?
Aisha, you have 3 minutes left.
Okay.
Aisha, I think you're muted.
Okay, now I'm okay.
Oh, yes, I can hear you. Yes, you only have 2 minutes left.
Okay, these are the case study. By mere seeing the case study, we can see the structure mostly are dilapidated. And this is a housing, it's a government project, not qualitative, and by misusing this as a project for the learners, is an opportunity for this research so that the government will have an insight of what to do when it comes to deficit in the region. This is the case study, the plan, and in conclusion, the study attempts to see how Afrocentric cultural approach will be combined with modern architectural ideas to assure sustainable, affordable housing, with low-income design project transitioning to an Afrocentric cultural lifestyle. This research will create paradigm shifts in Kano future building industry. There are pictures. These pictures that I pasted, they are, the first one is in Iraq. The second one is housing project, but is a proposal. And the third one is in Niger, designed by Mariam Kamara, showing the local materials. The local material can be inculcated and have what we want. Finally, architects play an essential role in restoring and preserving the ethnic groups and tradition and providing a platform for local builders to participate in building construction. Afrocentric cultural discussion, seminars, and symposiums should be fostered and adopted by academics and architects so that future architects are aware from the start of their studies. This is what is missing in the training of local architects in Nigeria, because they are not taught about what is happening, what is supposed to do within the region. So thank you. I think this is all I have.
Thank you so much, Aisha, for your presentations. Moving forward, we have the last but not least, Rusfina Widayati. She is a PhD researcher at the University of Leeds. She completed her master at Gajah Mada University in Indonesia. Her thesis title, Spatial Concept of Lamin Dayak Kenyah in East Kalimantan. She was a lecturer at the University of Mullah Warman in the Department of Architecture. She also involved in construction projects and procurements in her campus. She engaged as a local researcher in her latest research project, A Sense of Place in Traditional Market Area in Pampang Village, in collaboration between Universitas Ciputra Surabaya and the Ministry of Tourism and Creative Economy Indonesia. Her title today is about Lamin Long House, a community home in Pampang Village in East Borneo. Hi, Rusfina, the floor is yours. You may share your slides.
Thank you. Is it
Yes.
seen now?
Yeah, we can.
Okay.
Okay.
Would like to say thank you for encouraging me to join this seminar and organizing such a good seminar today. I'm Rusfina Widayati, a PGR at School of Civil Engineering, University of Leeds. And my title of my today's seminar would be Lamin Longhouse, a community home in Pampang Cultural Village in East Borneo. Would you mind that I stop my video? So maybe could.
Yep. Could you make it like a slideshow?
Okay. So this is the interior of the Lamin Longhouse, a traditional house of Dayak Kenyah tribes in East Borneo. So according to history, the origin of Dayak Kenyah tribes settling in the cultural village of Pampang said to be a result of the immigration of the Dayak Kenyah tribe from Apkayan. Some said that is the migration from northern Kalimantan. Some of said that from Malaysia, the route of immigration. Then in 1977, then they built a longhouse called Lamin Adat Pemungtawai in 1980s in Samarinda city. Later on, the government of Provincia of East Kalimantan decided that this village become a cultural village in 1991, and this is the location of the Lamin in Pampang Village in Samarinda. So the location, if we see this, the village cross linear, and the expanded of the village is mostly linear, like from the gate of here. So this is the gate. So the village and these are the location of Lamin Pemutawaid. At the beginning, is it the center of the village, become before it's expanded to the left and to the right. So this is the appearance of the longhouse. In the past, Lamin actually like a kampung or a village who live in the one big house as a village. Then we can see in the middle is where the head of the tribe lives, and the next to left on the right where the people will build the additional house when they like growing the village. But now the Dayak people live in a single house because of the modernization, the hygiene, the health of and education. They now live in a single house, but then like a sense of miss of a place to gather, like a public event. Then they rebuild Lamin for public events such as for harvesting festival, wedding, culture, and the way they rebuild Lamin, it replicate the shape and what they have longhouse in the past, but with the modification of the layout inside of the Lamin now. So you can see this is a layout of Lamin in the present, but the appearance of the Lamin of the or the longhouse is still like refer to the the earlier version of the longhouse. So so it raises a question: how do Dayak people define meaning of Lamin to them? So the Lamin now to refer to what the activities or the public event that they do in the Lamin, and how the relation between public event activities and household, because when we referring a house, so we some cross in our mind that there must be some activities that related to daily activities, and how they define Lamin as a public place and or a home. So the objectives of this study is to explore how the Dayak people perceive the Lamin to them by observing their activities during public event and daily activities in the Lamin. So the objective to observe how the public events take place and the daily activities, and then to interpret how the Dayak people perceive their Lamin doing those activities, and to identify what Lamin really is for them. So referring to literature review, there's some definition about house, like in relation to the function as a type of dwelling that for residential purpose, so people live permanently or only semi-permanent habitation. So the unit lives in the house is known as household. But from Leverber's said that space merely an interlinkage of geographic form with environment, symbolic meaning, and daily activities. Now it talks about the activities, and furthermore I could add some connection between feeling and having comfort, and to some extent it's include economic aspect. So the last is talking about home is like a combination process that inhabitants or the people sense acquire during the habitation, a sense of history and identity. So looking to the lamin itself, so the lamin construction, we can see that there are main columns which full of the ornament and the craft, like 1 meter diameters and length of 6 or 10, depend on how long the span of the truss. And the roof mostly made of the wood from iron wood, and either inside or the outside of the lamin is full of ornament that represent the content of the meaning or value or good characters that they want to resemble to the people. And talking about the spatial, the main purpose they built this lamin for practice social activities, to practice their culture, their beliefs, and most of all to like preserve their togetherness as a whole big family. And focusing the activities, at least there were 2 major events held at the Pampang Cultural Village last year for the traditional ceremony that held every year in July. And for this study that I took the data is by observing the activities during the weekly. So they have a weekly festival and the annual for the harvesting, and to like interpolate what I observed from the activities that has been doing during the festival. I triangulate with the in-depth interview from the Dayak people. These are the sum of the informant that involving to this study. So the data collection done during a weekly cultural festival that they held every Sunday at 2 to 4 p.m. and the annual culture last year at 23 and 26 June of 22. And the data analysis would be the like to interpolate activities and what they perceive or what they perspective of what their activities in the lamin during those weekly cultural festival. So in the end, it will raise like a deep understanding about the meaning of lamin to them. So these are some of the results that after observation. So mostly for the women during the like festival, they do also daily life in lamin like a nursing child. So while they're waiting for the customer, they sitting their babies, or they like feeding their child, or just cooking preparation, waiting for the customer, or and some of them also like how to say it, it's not like it's a parrot activities, because some of them is also a dancer, is also a craftsman woman, is also like for example this some of them like music player. So during the activities, some of them like waiting for their turn to dance. For example, they making a souvenirs, or like serving the customer who wants to buy the merchandise. like we can see here, there's a lot of merchandise that handmade by them to sell to the tourists that comes to the village. So this is the activities between weekly and annual. So it happened inside and the aerial view of Lamin Bumungtawai. So these words are in Dayak's vocabulary. Pagen is performance area, and the yellow one is where the audience sit inside the Lamin. But before and after, usually the people of Dayak will gather inside of Lamin or inside of Dalam Amin, the backstage for changing outfit or waiting for their turn or eating inside, because of when there's no cultural festival, Dalam Amin or backstage is like a dining area. So when they have like a wedding reception, this is where the place the preparation for the food and for the meal inside the Lamin.
Ruspina, you have 3 minutes more.
Okay, thank you. So for the annual is like the activities expand outside out of the Lamin. This is the where the annual festival occur. The front yard of the Lamin. So the yellow one is audience, and the green one is where the performance perform their dance. So this is trading activities is also expand. So if the weekly it happen only that the rectangular, but in the annual it's expand to along the street of the village. So it's like 100 of trader to sell their traditional merchandise. So this is the informant that I've been interviewed for in-depth interview, and there are thematic key point of what they perceive of their activities and how they see Lamin to what they call home. So most of them say that it's like a second house. So their children to play, women to have chatting, nursing, or cooking preparation. Majority said that is like a house for everyone. So it's like everyone is invited. So you can go into the public event. So some of them is like for raise income. So because they can sell for people that can like making beads, so they can make a outfit for a bracelet, even the purse or hat from the beads. Then the most important is they see the Lamin or the Longhouse is like their identity as a Dayak tribe, because whenever people, even the outside of Dayak people community, when heard a word of Lamin, they always refer to, oh, this is a Dayak house or Dayak home. So the conclusion is Lamin is home for they done public event such as trading public event, and but the activities intertwine in between that daily cultural and economic. And the most important in Lamin is their home, a place together as a community. Everybody has a right to be there doing household activities or trading activities and etc. So thank you for the time and the opportunity.
Thank you, Ruspina.
Back to you, Erna.
Yeah, thank you so much, Ruspina, for the amazing presentations. Very informative. I do have a few questions here. Maybe I can directly to ask Dr. Alice Sabrina, because you're mentioning about remaking it elderly homes, and it's all about like the structures, the architectural elements, features, services. And I was just wondering, like, what about the involvement of the kids and the youngsters, like how this will benefit to the elderly people in making themselves feel contributed as the senior people in the society. So this will impact their the lifestyle, the cultural values, and also the way the life will continue on as a sustainable development society. Could you advise or?
Yeah, okay. Thank you so much, Erna, for the question. Feeling young at heart is almost everyone's inspiration, right? You want to feel very young at heart, even though you are old. So especially for the elderly, it's very important actually to be with the young people. And this is actually will give them more high-spirited in life and feeling that they are really wanted in society. So in that sense, when we look at most of the elderly housing design, what they are designing is that they are secluding the older community from the youngsters. So perhaps when we are becoming policymakers or architects or future designers, the most important thing is looking into aspects on how we're going to integrate the spaces, the activities and the functions that has a balance communication and also connection between the young generation and the old generation. So in this sense, most of the elderly housing design is actually limited as a living space, and it's actually dividing them within the elderly within their own boundary living. But in a sense, for the future kind of a living, that when we establish the theory of that I mentioned earlier, that CFHAMD, we were talking about integrating elderly and also the youngsters into the spaces design, especially in having community spaces within the elderly living housing itself. So in this sense, the function of the spaces has to be multi-user function, where it can be used for the youngsters and it can also use for the activities for the elderly. So this will in turn create the integration between those both generation, and actually will reduce in terms of the generation gap. So this is very important to have a kind of design scheme that actually cater both integration needs the young and the old generation. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Alice.
Yeah.
And I also have one question for Fatma Zara. Are you still around?
Yes.
Hi.
Yes.
So I was so interested with the Iran housing. The globalization of the new housing itself. May I know, like, what are the factors that actually makes them adopt the new housing concept? Like, you have all the cultural values in the vernaculars homes in Egypt, and how does that? How can like they build a balcony, but people can't really appreciate that? And it's somehow, even the elements that you highlight, balconies, is also a problem in Malaysia too, because maybe some of them will appreciate balcony, but I don't actually appreciate balcony because of the hot weather and so on. So could you like explain a little bit like what makes them adopt the new housing concept rather than going back to the past and try to find elements like the others presenters actually highlighted in the discussion?
Yes, so mostly I think so globalization had affected a lot of things. One of them, one of the things, the migration of people from the villages to the city and the urbanization. People started to look, and it caused, one of the things it causes standardization. So people started to see the concrete buildings in the city, and they started to be exposed to this type of buildings, and in their back minds started to build up as this is the way to be modern. So what they do, that they try to in my opinion, they try to imitate this style. And then by practice, they, as you mentioned, like in this village, it's also hot climate. Also, as I mentioned before, they are conservative. They used to have that everything is open to the indoor, not to the outdoor. They don't use balconies. So what happened that the item, it looks so, okay, so we have a modern house looking like a modern house. They feel confident, but by practice, they never use it. But people feel better this way, feeling that they are now modern. I think also it's an idea of social and public awareness. They are not taught to appreciate the idea of the identity that they have and the vernacular architecture. It's in their mind, it's in their built memories and their built mind that they are old, they are unfashionable. They need to be more modernized by this way. And because they are not well addressed that, oh, now, because of the environmental crisis, we need to be more environmental friendly, and we are going back to more and more of the vernacular architecture solutions. So, for example, the old houses. So what happens that most of the families have their old houses running until, like this house, for example, is now almost 100 years old, despite it's from adobe and wooden ceilings, and they keep using it, and then when it starts to decay, it's closed, and they move on and build a new house with concrete and this stuff outside. So for them, we are moving to a better way, and they don't bother themselves in like conserving and trying to protect the house, because they are not also appreciating the importance of having something functional like that with a great architectural style for more than 100 years. And it's in these type of houses, they have fans, for example, only fans. And in the new houses with concrete, all of the people who can afford to get air conditioner, they are doing that, because they cannot having that bearing the new temperature and the rises of the temperature without, just like before with just fans and this stuff. I hope this reached you.
Yeah, I think that's pretty true. It's happening in Malaysia. Like last time we only have like fan ceilings, and now everyone has to have air conditioning in their house. So next questions are from Danu. Danu, would you like to ask? Can you unmute yourself?
Okay. My question is to Rehana and Aisha. Regarding the modernization, how do you think architect or housing sector or maybe other related sector should react or should respond about this? Is it how do they should accommodate kind of this westernization or modernization in their in cities, or they should resist it? Is there Rihanna still here?
Rihanna? Probably no.
Or maybe the same question can
to Aisha. Aisha, are you still? Yeah, I see Aisha.
Oh, hi.
Hi.
I'm here. Don't know. We are not. The problem is that we are upgrading. We want to merge the traditional culture to modern culture, because, like in my country, we don't have anything like our cultural heritage is diminishing. The cultural heritage is lost. Well, we want to restore and conserve our culture. We don't have anything that a tourist can come and have a look up that this is Nigeria, or this is what we have. We build with what we have. And we are merging both the modern elements and the traditional element, not the traditional element alone, like the Kere architecture, as I say. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Aisha, for your answer.
I think we are at the end of our sessions here. I would just like to wrap up with a summarization that we began with the discussion of what's the meaning of home in the morning session, and then how it comes from different perspectives, different cultural background. And then moving on to the second session, it's all about how the cultural values incorporated with the housings from different contexts of the world. So we basically have like from different parts like Iran housings area, Egypt, Nigeria, and then we have Indonesian. And how are these are connected? I can see that a lot of them that preserving their memories through ornaments, architectural elements, in order for them to preserve these memories. But at the same time, they were constricted by the generalized physical spaces that have been constructed by the policies makers, the governments. So this is like the interesting discussion, like it's not just happening in Malaysia, like it's happening all around the world. And then we should like come out as like educate this since the beginning stage. I remember like when I was in UTM, when I was in the doing graduate study on design, I was always wondering how does my other colleagues practicing their homes, and how do we design? For example, I was given like as a design for an Indian clients. So I have been like asking him questions. So this is actually like an eye opener to everyone's that it's not just about what we think, that it's all about like asking around, like what do they think and how they feel, how they experience, how do they practice. So thank you so much everyone for joining us. And yes, Professor Gehan, would you like to
Thank you very much, Erna. So I have two things to conclude with, but before we go and before I send all my thanks to everybody, I just like to let you know some heads up about our fourth upcoming seminar that will take place in June and organized by Karen, about space and belonging. Specifically, the title is called The Sense of Belonging and the Physicality of Architectural Space. Karen, would you like to give a brief in 1 minute about the scope of the seminar for anybody interested to be joining us, and maybe share with them the call, because the call is out already. Would you like a couple of minutes, Karen? All right, okay, a couple of minutes, Karen. But until Karen is ready, really very warm thanks to everybody who really spared the time to be with us today. I think the seminar has been excellent and very good, well attended and well represented. The talks are very interdisciplinary and very from a wide spectrum of backgrounds. And I think that is the value, that is the core essence of bringing all the researchers together and sharing the knowledge and sharing the theories, the concepts and the methodologies. So I think that has been an excellent gathering today. So thank you very much. I wish to have a special thanks to our two keynote speakers, Gamal and Alice, for your amazing insights. And again, you know, even looking at the home from the perspective of the elderly, I think this is something that we haven't discussed, or it's a little bit undermined in the kind of research arena that we talk about. So that's very useful and excellent. And I just have to say as well that some of the talks, maybe they seem to be on home, but I know that they are relevant to many other PhDs in the architecture and urbanism group as well. Like, for example, Alice, when you talk about intergenerational homes, we have some students working on intergenerational public spaces. And I think the core theories and the core concepts applies as well in terms of the speciality of it, in terms of, you know, how do you bring the spatial and the non-spatial together. So thank you very much for the very insightful talk today, and really amazing to know you as well. Thank you so much to our 11 amazing speakers. Some of you are still here, some of you have left, but you know, please share this, and really a big delight to know you all, and maybe I know some of you already, but I know them through social media, but it's my first time to see you, see your faces, and hopefully not virtually, but it's not virtually as well. Maybe at some point we meet in a conference or a seminar at some point. And I think it's that essence of even for early career researchers to know each other and to exchange your knowledge and exchange your research. I think that is the essence. And I will always tell the PhD students, you know, the PhD is not just about your research, it's about developing your own skills as well. And this is one of the kinds of expanding the skills and knowing more about the other research and sharing that knowledge and being there to run events like that. So thank you very much for everybody who shared their research and their experience today with us as well. And special thanks to Erna, who edited all this, and she has been driving all this from start to finish. From drafting the call, sharing it with me. We've got plenty and enormous amounts of email exchanges. We have been planning for this for 3 months. So it's not an easy task just to have this couple of hours. It's a lot of preparation behind that. So thank you very much, Erna, and I hope it was useful for you as it's useful for everybody else. Thanks a lot for Queenie, who is hiding behind the scene. Show up, Queenie. Yeah, there you are.
Hello.
Thank you very much, Queenie, for helping and supporting today. It's been really, you know, very helpful and very supportive. And as I said, Queenie has run the first seminar in the series on her own, so there was no model for her to follow. So she's now the model to follow for everyone. So thank you very much, Queenie, for helping us and supporting this. Thank you so much to all of you, but maybe I'll go back to Karen once again. Are you ready, Karen, too? All right, there you go.
Hello, everyone. I apologize.
No, it's just me on spot.
Thank you, Professor Gehan, and congratulations, Erna. So yeah, the upcoming seminar is called Sense of Belonging and the Physicality of Architecture, as Professor Gehan just mentioned. We will have 2 keynote speakers, Dr. Deborah Curriton from the University of Wolverhampton and Dr. Luke Macron from Imperial College London. So we are still receiving abstracts. I will share with you the poster through the chat, and you're more than welcome for the next seminar. It was so nice to meet you all.
Thank you very, very much, Karen. And as a matter of thanks and appreciation to everybody, we have prepared certificates of participation to everybody. And Erna will be sharing this by email. I was hoping that you're all here together with us at Leeds to hand it over to you in person. But I'm hopeful, I'm hopeful that at some point we're going to meet in some spot in the world very, very soon. So thank you very much, everybody, and I wish you a lovely remaining of this day. Enjoy it all. Thank you very much.